Welcome, welcome.
What's up, Chuck? How's it going?
Good man. I watched that Tucker Carlson hostage video. I mean, what
Yeah,
the fuck?
Can I get some white wine with my word salad?
I have no idea what he said, and I watched it twice. You know, sometimes you watch these things and you're like, "What was that about?"
yeah.
I've also noticed that it's always the people who are like conning you who always want to talk about like the truth. Have you ever noticed that in life?
Yes, if you just keep listening to certain people, you'll just get further to, or you'll get closer to the truth, but it doesn't seem to be that way a lot of times.
Sounds a
Yeah.
lot like Scientology.
Right,
Right.
right.
It's like constant, like hide the ball, hide the information.
Or like, is my experience as a kid as a Jehovah's Witness. They keep moving the ball. Like it'll be this year, then it'll be this year. Like trust the plan.
Yeah, it's almost like they learned everything they learned from religion, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's a good way.
fascinating.
It's a good way to keep everybody herded and moving in one direction. It's a complicated world, that's for sure.
I'm gonna change the title and say we got rid of Tucker. Um, I'm trying to be not mean about the Tucker thing, but it's really hard.
There's a guy that might come in here. His name is he's got a cool screen name, Saged Wizard, and he was going back and forth with me and Dana because he pointed out, or she pointed out that Tucker and Don Lemon had the same lawyer, and he started just tweeting some really crazy stuff at us. And so he wanted to get us both in his space, and he's a very strange person. Of course, he hides behind an avatar and has a Bitcoin address. I think he's connected with whoever that AmericanMission.org is. I have no clue who those people are, but he's a very, very strange person.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think anonymity actually kind of encourages strange behavior. So I bought a convertible in 2020, and before I had a convertible, I used to drive like really dangerously, right?
Right.
Because like I just didn't give a fuck, you know.
Yeah.
So I got a vanity plate and a convertible, and so now, like basically just to make myself accountable. And so now when I drive, I drive in a very respectful kind of way. Like I wave to people. I don't really speed. I don't whatever, you know.
Right.
Because you don't want your car to become
So
somebody's toilet.
that's right. And I also have noticed that like if when you drive around in your car and you are invisible or protected or have tinted windows or whatever, or no license plate or whatever, you can do whatever the fuck you want, really. This is a practical thing. So anyway, it's just something to think about. What did you guys think of the piece I wrote about our boy Steven Crowder?
It's interesting, and I think he's got a lot of issues. It's it's sad though because you see people you see people that are like you were saying that are victims, and hurt people, and so it's just sad. I hope he gets everything worked out just for his kids, because he seems like a nice guy, but you know I, I,
I gotta say, I was somewhat shocked that he was married, and I was somewhat shocked that he was heterosexual.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
he always gave off vibes as not well, he got in drag a lot and did a lot. I mean, he was in drag like more times than a lot of like these drag show story times or whatever they call them.
Well, I watched his show today for the first time
Uh-huh.
ever. Um, just because I was kind of curious, right? Like, what's the deal here? Like, why is he worth all the money that they were going to give him? And because I don't know, it's like kind of like it's like when I diligence a company, right? I spend a lot of time sort of thinking about the company. By the way, I'm cutting cucumbers now, not to be phallic or anything, but just in case you're. I had to make a salad for somebody tomorrow, um, as a birthday gift. So that's what that sound is. Um, but yeah, I mean, basically, what can I say about this? I mean, it seems to me that there's something very weird on the right where, you know, you look at some of these things, quote unquote, condemning the transsexual or condemning the gay person or whatever. And the way it kind of feels is that like they're actually advertising the gay or tranny thing, right?
Yes.
Because like I got to tell you, like as a heterosexual dude, like I don't really care about the homos. Like no disrespect meant to them. Like I wish them well, but like I'm too busy chasing women and chasing money to care about the gays. You know?
Right.
Just like
It goes back.
you
Yeah.
know,
It's
like I treat the gays kind of like I do when I go to the zoo. You know what I mean? Like with my little kid, where it's like, oh, that's interesting. You know, like I treat it very sociologically, and not in like a mean way. Like in a like, oh wow, I didn't know that. Like, you know, it's just it makes me laugh. You know what I mean? And so when people get all worked up about it, same thing with the trannies or the drag queens or whatever. When people get really worked up about it, I'm just like, there's clearly something going on there. You know what I mean? Um, it's just interesting, you know. It's interesting. So anyway, so I watched the show, and it's like sexual innuendo after sexual innuendo after sexual innuendo. Almost all of it on the gay kind of side of things. You know what I mean? And I started to realize, I have a bunch of friends here in Northern Virginia that are kind of evangelical types, and there's a whole lot of them that kind of fit the Steven Crowder and his wife profile, where like they waited until marriage, until they were like they waited to have sex until marriage. They're like relatively young when they get married, and they kind of don't really know themselves all that much, you know. Um, in my case, I got married. The first time I got married, I was 24, and I was kind of more. I wasn't quite more religious. I was just kind of much more. I was more like traditionally minded. You know what I mean? I thought that if I like got married, I would be like. I thought that it would solve a lot of like the loneliness I felt having moved across country. And I was not particularly close to my parents who weren't really supportive of me going to college and other things in my life. Mostly because my mother was sick. My mother had cancer throughout my childhood, so they just like weren't. They were absent parents, I guess you could say, and because they were sort of dealing with that. So anyway, and I was a good student, so I didn't want them to be like preoccupied with me or whatever. So I got married at 24, and my then wife was 27, so an older woman. So we sort of had to make a decision, like, are we going to get married? Are we going to have kids? Are we going to whatever? So a lot of these guys, these people that I meet who get married, obviously the marriage didn't last, and I am somewhat sympathetic to Stephen because I had a similar, as he tells it anyway, I had a similar situation where my then wife was like, "Hey, I don't want to be married anymore," and it's kind of a painful conversation. It does happen, to people, and in her case, it was I don't really know what was going on with my ex-wife, but she hasn't remarried, hasn't so much as dated since, and it's been I think we're going on 5 or 6 years or five. What is it? Yeah, it would be 5 years now, 5 6 years. So I am sympathetic. Like a lot of times in life, people's personal lives just don't work out for whatever reason, and so we should be kind of sympathetic about it. But it does raise a lot of questions, right? Like it raises a lot of questions about why it didn't work out. And in the case of Crowder, it seems pretty clear to me that he's gay. Like conversations I've had around him, people I know who like him, there's something kind of effeminate about like dressing up every day. So my read on it is basically the Republican Party, particularly the influencer side, is like half gay, half foreign operatives of different countries, right? And Ben Shapiro is clearly in the foreign operative category. But some of them might be kind of both, and that's kind of the thing I've been sort of thinking about and wrestling with is there's something very performative, something very like gay adjacent, I think, about a lot of politics, right? It's sort of like trying to present yourself in certain ways. And I don't say this in a negative way, right? Like I actually think like, having dealt with the British, the British basically take a lot of their gay men and they put them into like the foreign service equivalent. And I've known a number of priests over the years. Nobody like comes out and tells you like, "Hey, this priest is gay," but you get the vibe. You know what I mean? There's a reason evolutionarily that we have such things as gaydar, or pedo face or whatever. There's something about human nature where you can kind of pick up on it in much the same way that your brain can tell people are likely related to each other or of certain ethnicities. And, as somebody's done work in facial recognition, and training some algorithms on that category, there clearly are people that are like better at this than others. But anyway, so in the case of Stephen, I first encountered Stephen and he was working for this guy. His name was Kerry Katz, Katz. And Kerry Katz was this billionaire based out of San Diego initially, but then Las Vegas. And he was like a student loan billionaire. And he was a big backer of like Mark Levin and some other characters. And so Stephen kind of tried to present this image of like, oh, I'm not a billionaire backed guy, right? Like I'm independent. I got Mug Club, right? Or whatever he was doing. And I just always kind of wondered about like how these things actually work in practice. Because, one of the things when I was a kid, I went, when I was in college one time, I sort of like rode the bus up to go see Hearst Castle when I was a young man going to college in California. It was like 18, 19, and no, I was 18. And I didn't have enough money to go back to Boston where I'm from. So I took the train up and I think I like took a bus or some shit. And it was like a whole ordeal just getting there. And when I was in college, what would happen is because I was in California and from Massachusetts, and as I said, I didn't have enough money to go home. I had a tent, and so what I would do is basically like camp all over California and kind of like the off time or whatever, like when people are going Thanksgiving or they're, whatever, there's March break or whatever. Because like, California is warm. Like, how bad could it be? Just like get pretty fucking cold in California, just for the record. But anyway, so I went up to Hearst Castle. And I was fascinated by this guy, Hearst, and I was fascinated by Rupert Murdoch, who I later met. And so I've always been interested in the economics of like, how do these people actually make money in these businesses? And what you realize rather quickly is like they don't. They basically get like billionaire sugar daddies who basically finance everything. And because the billionaire sugar daddies don't want people to know, oftentimes, right, just like real sugar daddies, I guess, they sort of pretend that they're all businesses, right? So what ends up happening in practice is you get a Tucker Carlson, and what Tucker Carlson does is he's got this thing that like what David Brooks called status income disequilibrium, right? So Tucker's on TV, and all the billionaires wish they were on TV. So what he does is he'll go to all these events. He'll go to like the RNC event for like high net worth donors, or this event, or that event, or what have you, right? And so he'll travel around going to all these events, and he'll go give speeches at people's like Republican clubs. And, people think it's really cool that Tucker Carlson's here, and he'll make like 50 grand a speech or 100 grand a speech at your Lincoln Day dinner or whatever in Schenectady, New York, or what have you. And that's kind of how a lot of them like really make money. That's kind of like the sideline deal that they all have. And in the case of Tucker, Tucker was under sustained advertiser boycotts, over the years. And in particular, like his largest investor, and by the way, somebody in this group is helping me on this, but we are genetically sequencing all of the MyPillow stuff. We went and sent the samples off to the lab today. I'm going to have an update about that on the Substack, because our contention is that the MyPillow stuff wasn't all made in America, but actually has slave labor from China. And I think the evidence is pretty clear that it's not from Giza, Egypt, or whatever the fuck he was saying. So anyway, what happened was, so Tucker would get all these eyeballs on his show, right? Get really high ratings, right? But the advertisers, many of whom have like, they have women and gay men running their PR shop, right? Or their HR shop. And what was happening is the advertisers over time were fleeing Tucker's show. So Tucker would get all these eyeballs, but he wouldn't actually be able to convert it into like real money. And so that's kind of the environment that we found ourselves in with the Tucker Carlson show. And if you're thinking about it from the perspective of Rupert Murdoch, you have to kind of offer something, after the January 6th debacle, right? We saw the Ray Epps, 60 Minutes show. And the guy who was kind of pushing the whole 60 Minutes nonsense, or the whole Ray Epps story, was, of course, Darren Beattie. And Darren Beattie, of Revolver News, very close to George O'Neill. The O'Neills are very connected with the Russians. They're Rockefellers, I think, by blood. Catherine O'Neill, is a sort of like Rockefeller type. She worked in the State Department, and her grandmother was Ambassador Faith Whittlesey, who was involved with the Rockford Institute, which was a kind of, it was a sort of like right wing kind of thing. She was Catholic. She was ambassador to Switzerland under Reagan. There's all kinds of shady shit going on then. Anyway, she was a dear lady, Ambassador Whittlesey. I liked her a lot, even though she was kind of crazy. She was dying of cancer when I knew her. She'd lost her eye. It was the whole thing. Anyway, what was I saying about this? Oh yeah, so basically, Revolver News, has the billionaire sugar daddy of all the Russians. Darren Beattie is, of course, married to, or he's either married or engaged to. He's certainly knocked up, and I think he has had a kid with a Russian woman. And I believe he lives in Florida, I think, if memory serves. And Darren and I were friends during the Trump years. We were actually the only two people on the Claremont listserv way back in 2016 to predict that Donald Trump would win the nomination. And I helped Darren actually get a job as a speechwriter for Donald J. Trump. And he was a speechwriter for Donald J. Trump. And it was discovered that he'd given a speech before this sort of like, I guess it would be like a pro-immigration restriction outfit. That was sort of like what it was. It's sort of like, they weren't exactly white nationalists, but they weren't not white nationalists. You know the type I'm talking about? Like Peter Brimelow was there, that kind of crowd. And anyway, so what happened was he was sort of like let up the building and basically forced out into the wilds because a lot of Israeli types, particularly like ADL types, right? So you're sort of more Mossad type, not your Likud, Netanyahu type, but you're more like, mainstream, Israel type. So ADL types typically. So he was, I'm trying to think how would I describe this. He was basically dealing with that whole situation, and he basically got fired from the White House. He was out on his own, and I recommended to Matt Gaetz that he hire him so that he wasn't like destitute or whatever. And he hired him and then went right into the arms of the Russians, which is no good, which of course raises the question of whether or not he was always Russian. I tend to think no, personally. I think it was very traumatic for Darren, as a sort of secular Jewish kid, to be attacked as a quote-unquote anti-Semitic Jew. This is a guy who grew up in Palau, of all places, where his father was some kind of like government functionary. And he's somebody who had a lot of resentment. He went, got his PhD. He was effectively fired from Duke as a professor because he had backed Donald Trump. So there's a lot of resentments, and you'll see this theme of resentment a lot with a lot of the people around Tucker. Tucker himself has all these resentments that he doesn't lead the country, and it's a very common refrain that you see from a lot of the Gen Xer types. And it's not without some grounding, because like it is true that a lot of them like haven't been allowed to do a lot of cool things with their life, which they should have been allowed to do. But they were smaller in number than the boomers, and the boomers just sort of stayed in power. It's not really like anybody's fault. It just is a demographic kind of thing, right? So a lot of them kind of have this approach to life where they're kind of observing life, right? They're sort of like having a cool detached thing. They're sort of like talking about the elites or the media or whatever, right? From the sidelines, because they're not really allowed to participate. Is this making sense thus far? I'm trying to see if it's making sense. I'm making a salad while I talk to all of you.
Yeah, making sense.
So the way to kind of understand Tucker is kind of the fail son of a very august family. And he's a fail son who like went to the right schools. He's got the nutter mom who abandoned the family age 6, when Tucker was 6. And so, if you had that experience, you might have some like rough views on women, right? And he he and his brother, didn't go to her, weren't there when she died, right? She was trying to basically like patch things up before she was shuffling off her mortal coil. They were basically like pretty against her. Now, I personally have seen Tucker, say a lot of like rough things about women. I've also seen him say like very nice things about women. So, it's hard to get a good read on him. I think he's duplicitous, and I've had sort of similar experiences over the years where he would tell me one thing and then betray me. The biggest example of that was he was very close with Jamie Weinstein, and when I was at the Daily Caller, I broke a number of stories about Cory Booker living in Newark, not really living in Newark, actually living in New York. And the Israelis at the time were trying to extort Cory Booker. This was like 2013, 2014 period. They were trying to extort him over his whole homosexuality, because he's like very obviously gay for anyone who knows Cory Booker. And, he's not really dating Rosario Dawson. Sorry, friends. Which is just as well, because I would have loved to have Rosario Dawson, even though she's like much older, much too old for me now, alas. Anyway, so I broke that story, and BuzzFeed's Rosie Gray being a very like Likud heavy, reporter chick, she came after me on that story, and so she then went to Tucker to try to pressure Tucker to fire me. I was an independent contractor, so I was like, screw this, I don't need to work for you, and sort of went in a different direction. And of course, a lot of BuzzFeed's investors were Cory Booker's donors, which is kind of interesting in its own right. So there's a lot of this like duplicitous shit that you see in the media if you're around it long enough. Anyway, I guess what I would just say on the Tucker front is it seems to me that like a lot of these people kind of came up in a low interest rate environment in a, from basically 08 to 2021, or even if you want to go further back, they came up in kind of a neocon environment. And I think Tucker was kind of the controlled anti-neocon in that way. He was pro-Iraq war, which of course now he deeply regrets, of course, right? Because nobody actually defends the Iraq war unless they're really crazy, like Bill Kristol or something. And so he was a kind of like controlled opposition. And you'll recall he did a story, I think it was for Politico, basically defending Trump from a quote-unquote elite perspective. And this sort of presented the story that he was the kind of Trump whisperer. He could talk to those voters. And when I was dealing with Roger Ailes back in the day, back when Roger was still alive, the thinking was that Tucker could reach a quote-unquote younger demographic. He was sort of Gen Z. He was sort of hip. Why, he'd been on Dancing with the Stars. The thinking was that this, a bunch of boomers and silent generation people would feel comfortable watching a Gen X guy. And that's kind of the Tucker story in essence. Now, Tucker and I privately would have all kinds of conversations about Likud, about Israel, about how crazy some of these Jews were. Okay? So these are real conversations that he and I would have, particularly about Ben Smith. He was not a fan of Ben Smith, nor was I. And with good reason, I should add. And so he had a lot of what can I say about this? So he had a lot of dislike of a lot of the same people I had dislike of, but not necessarily for the same reasons. And I was mistaken in thinking that we were allies in that. So in 2017, and I've written about this and talked about this elsewhere, but in 2017, the CIA asked me to go see Julian Assange. And I had access to Julian Assange through Congressman Rohrabacher. If you Google Charles C. Johnson, Julian Assange, you'll pull it up. You can see it for yourself. It's out there, as it were. And there's a picture of me, with a tie on, wearing, right across from the, Hungary, I think it was the Ecuadorian embassy, with a poster that says, that said basically free Assange, with me and Congressman Dana Rohrabacher. Now, for those who don't kind of know, Dana Rohrabacher was a member of Congress, very friendly with the Russians, quite possibly a homosexual himself. He sort of came up through a kind of gay network in D.C. He and his wife, who happened later on in his life, he was married once, got divorced, then remarried. He married a woman who a lot of people say is a lesbian, at the very least was bi. They had kids through IVF. Anyway, is a very nice guy. He's a lobbyist now, does a lot with the Russians. Very interesting dude. Anyway, he and I went to go see Assange, and Assange told me there that his source were the Israelis, not the Russians. And I reported that to the FBI. I reported that to the CIA. And of course, when I came back to America, my phones were immediately hacked, and I got calls from Michael Isikoff and all these other like pro-Israeli, reporters. The people who wanted to make Russia a collusion story, the ones who really wanted us not to focus on the Israeli involvement in 2016, but wanted us to talk a lot about the Russian stuff. Because of that experience, I was brought into the Mueller report, and I'm in the redacted part of the Mueller report. The Senate Intelligence Committee, there was a guy there named, what the hell was that guy's name? Not Webb, it's his name, James Wolfe. Wolfe was the guy's name. He was the sort of Inspector Javert to my Jean Valjean, and he was fucking this woman, Allie Watkins, who was at BuzzFeed, and he was leaking more than seminal fluids to her, presumably, but giving her lots of information. He lied to the FBI, he got fired, and I made it very clear that I wasn't going to testify. And he kept saying, well, we're going to subpoena you, we're going to this, we're going to that. And he kept asking for my address to send a subpoena. I kept telling him to go fuck himself. And of course, I was Linda tripping the whole time. Like I was James O'Keefing. I was recording the phone calls the whole time with this guy because I knew who sent me, and I knew that I would never testify in the Senate Intelligence Committee. His boss, who was the Senate Intelligence guy, Richard Burr, who was at Senate Intel, was hugely backed by the Israeli wing of the GOP, in particular by Paul Singer. And I understand now that Paul Singer personally instructed him to come after me because of the Julian Assange stuff. So anyway, the reason I mention all of this is that there was a lot of pressure on me, a lot of spying around me around this period. And I can kind of talk about it now. Uncle Sam is kind of cool with that. Came back to the U.S., was kind of chilling, doing my thing, dealing with a woman who didn't want to be my wife anymore, who was telling me I never did anything social. So, of course, I was like, I'll show her. And I signed up to go to all these different political events after 2016, basically during 2016. And for those who kind of don't know me IRL, like I'm a pretty low-key dude. Like I work on my computer, I go to lunch. When I throw dinner parties, I have at most 5 people at the dinner parties. I'm not a typically social person, contrary to popular perception. So what would happen was I said, as I was separated from my then wife, I was like, well, I'll just sign. Anytime somebody invites me to something, I will go to it because I'll show her new life, new me. I could be social, I could be outgoing. This is an extremely bad idea, just FYI, especially after the 2016 election. And I agreed to go to, and I think this is 2018 period, I agreed to go to the State of the Union when Congressman Matt Gaetz invited me. Which, of course, who noticed me being there? The Daily Beast and BuzzFeed and a number of other people. And they were trying to figure out who had invited me to be at the State of the Union. Now, Matt Gaetz, of course, invited me. Matt Gaetz did it because in those days I was seen as Peter Thiel's guy, because Peter Thiel and I had worked together on the 2016 election and also on bankrupting Gawker. But, the sort of frame of the world is that I must have been some billionaire's bitch rather than having aligned interests with that billionaire, which is indeed what actually happened in the history of it. I was always very skeptical of Peter's closeness with the Netanyahu crowd, with the Israelis generally. always kind of found him. He's an okay guy. He's a little weird. He's a little autisty, and he's a little. We're not on the same. We're not cut from the same cloth, right? But like when a billionaire calls you, and you're like in your late 20s, mid to late 20s, it's super flattering, and particularly when he does what you tell him to do, that's also pretty cool, right? So anyway, Matt Gaetz gets all this pressure. He's targeted because he invited me to the State of the Union by the Israeli world. ADL is like, Charles Johnson is a Holocaust denier. I forgot to mention, a lot of my British friends, a lot of my FBI friends and others were like, hey, would you mind going to all these like super controversial meetings? And I was like, why? No problem at all. Like, I'm happy to go to them. Like, I'm still Charles Johnson everywhere I go, right? I can go hang out with black nationalists one day and white nationalists the next, right? Just sort of having a kind of like, who is that BBC dude? The guy who goes to all these like weird, he goes to all these like weird places. The one who's Louis something, guys know who I'm talking about, Louis Theroux or something like that. Anyway, so I would go to all these things that I'd get invited to because my wife doesn't want me in the house and I'm pretty depressed. And so I'd go to all these things. And so Ron DeSantis, who at that point is about to run for governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis wants Peter Thiel's money. So Ron DeSantis tells tells Matt Gaetz, hey, will you give Charles Johnson a ticket to the State of the Union? And of course, like I being a nerd and a loser and a whatever, was like, oh, fuck, that's awesome. Like, I'm going to go to the State of the Union, right? Like, I was all excited. Of course, I get targeted by the Israelis pretty roughly. And Jake Tapper is there on TV. Jake Tapper, of course, has all these Mossad connections and Israeli connections and has for many years, by the way. This is not a secret for those who are curious about this. And Jake Tapper is, of course, going after Matt Gaetz, going after him pretty rough, basically. I'm in this point, like my then wife was like, hey, I don't want to be married. I'm about to get divorced. I'm drinking pretty heavily. I'm borrowing a friend's sports car. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm being attacked as a Holocaust denier when I basically did what the US government asked me to do. My wife is leaving me. My businesses are all like somewhat in trouble. And I'm thinking to myself, like, maybe I should just drink a bunch and like, there's a curve by my house. Maybe I should just like not take it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if any of you have ever had those kind of experiences, but you're kind of thinking to yourself, maybe this isn't for me. Maybe this whole world is not for me. And I get a call from Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is getting attacked. And he calls me up and he's like, what the fuck is going on? And I said, well, Matt, here's the deal. I'm not any of these things people say I am, and you have no reason to believe me. But if you want to condemn me publicly, whatever, man, that's your prerogative. But I'm just letting you know that me and none of my friends will ever, ever, ever help you on anything ever again in your life. That basically, if you denounce me, you're fucked. So you can do it if you want. And frankly, like, you don't know me, no big deal. I'm not going to be upset about it. It is what it is. And I, of course, like, he's like, Jake Tapper's calling me. Who's that Hispanic chick who converted to Episcopalianism? Eliana Ross-Layton, who's, of course, CIA. In case you didn't know, she's a lobbyist for UAE now. And she, of course, her campaign manager was Jeb Bush, of course, back right after he came back from Venezuela when he was, quote unquote, a banker, end quote. Okay, sure, whatever. And, Eliana Ross-Layton is telling Matt Gaetz, hey, you need to condemn him, you need to do whatever. Matt's like, hey, Jake Tapper's calling me. Jake Tapper's calling you a Holocaust denier. What say you? I said, well, I'm not any of those things, but you do what you got to do, man. And I don't think anything of it. I order like 5 or 6 more old fashions. And frankly, I drank so much I passed out at the bar. So like, obviously my plan to kill myself that night did not work out. And I sobered up, woke up, sort of cleaned myself up, as they were closing down the bar, and went to the shitty hotel room I was living out of at the time. And while I'm at my hotel, I am seeing a text message from Tucker Carlson condemning me, being like, "What the fuck? How could you say all these things?" And I was like, "Well, I actually was like trying to get the subreddit shut down for the alt right because Steve Bannon asked me to, and I was trying to clean up all these quote unquote far right things." But it didn't matter. Tucker was like, "Well, I'm going to condemn you. I'm going to whatever." And then I see the replay in my hotel room of Matt Gaetz talking to talking to Jake Tapper, and Matt Gaetz is repeatedly defending me. Somebody he did not know, right? We'd met like once or twice, maybe 3 times before that, but we weren't like best friends for life. And here he was, like effortlessly defending me in front of everybody on CNN. And then, a day or two goes by. Tucker was like apparently talking to Matt Gaetz. They were having a conversation, and Tucker was basically like, "Well, you should have condemned him. You should have this. You should have that." And Matt was like, "Yeah, I don't really think any of those things are true about Charles." And of course, Tucker at the same time is like texting me all these supportive things, or he's trying to like engage with me, trying to figure out things about what was going on. He's trying to like learn about the Assange visit. He's trying to learn about, what I've been up to basically since I stopped working with him. And he's basically being duplicitous. He's living the kind of double life, right? He's like telling people one thing. He's basically putting himself at the center of all this information. And I, of course, don't think anything of it. Yeah, I'm like, oh, Tucker's duplicitous, but like, whatever. He's politician, political person. And, basically, I was like, all right, I have to be loyal to Matt Gaetz. That was sort of my thinking at the time. And, it's still basically held up over the years. But what I was trying to say about this whole kind of setup, the thing to kind of understand generally, is that pretty much all of these people who are in public life, who are famous on the right, have all like cucked in some key way to the Israel lobby, to the Netanyahu world. And there's a lot of reasons they've done it. There are lots of Jewish billionaires in this country who really love Netanyahu. There are lots of hardcore Christians who really love Netanyahu, even though his government right now is basically making it a crime to practice Christianity there. I don't know how they square that one. It's never really been explained to me. But one of the things I've learned over time is that many of the people who claim to be Christians aren't, and many of the people who claim to be atheists are actually kind of more Christian, which is like one of those things that you kind of only learn when you're in your 30s and aren't as autistic and have sobered up. So anyway, time goes by. I don't really think much of this stuff. But I noticed that like Tucker is privately asking me these questions about what's going on with Israel, what's going on with Paul Singer, what's going on with this person, that person. And if you watch his segment on Paul Singer, you'll see this segment that breaks away where I texted Tucker basically like, "Hey man, I'm afraid of Paul Singer. Paul Singer is like behind the Fusion GPS dossier. Paul Singer is like a real motherfucker. Like this guy's serious. He plays to win, and I'm afraid of him, like straight up." So I just texted him and I was like, "Wow, you're going after Paul Singer on Fox News. Like, wow, this is interesting, right?" And of course, he reads my text on air and basically tries to make it like, "Oh, I'm a tough guy taking on Paul Singer." And then, of course, all kinds of terrible things start happening in Tucker's personal life because, for those who don't know, Paul Singer is kind of a proxy for the Mossad. Paul Singer is the one, by the way, who called up Mitt Romney and told him his running mate was going to be Paul Ryan. Just think about that. So, being you win the nomination of your party and you're called up and you're told who your nominee is going to be or who your vice presidential candidate is going to be. So anyway, what can I say about this? My basic read is that the Republican Party, until it sheds itself of the Netanyahu problem and it sheds itself of the Fox problem, is going to basically be a cult. Like it's not a real political party in any meaningful way. Now that's not to say it's not fun being a part of a cult. Okay, like there's lots of people who enjoy being a part of the cult. I mean, if you watch that Wild Wild Country or whatever thing, like some of those chicks were pretty hot. They'd fuck out in the woods. They'd have all their lives taken care of for them. If you study any of these cults, like they all start out like super fun. Like they are. Like I don't mean to be like. There's got to be a reason people join cults, And you see them, and there's all these like nerdy dudes who are like engineers or whatever, and they're building this giant community. And you get to do some drugs, and you get to sleep with that hippie chick or that hippie chick or that other hippie chick, and it's kind of fun, I would imagine. Having not joined a cult myself. And you go and you see like a Turning Point USA event, or you see a lot of these Republican events, and they become increasingly devoid of content, and they sort of seem like evangelical like revival meetings, right? This sort of like, I don't know, you guys have seen the Instagram preachers with sneakers or whatever. It's like talking about all these rich evangelicals. And so you go to these events, right? And it's like, yeah, we're for Trump, 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 Trump. And you're like, hey, what are we going to actually do, right? Like if we take over the government. And what I realized in 2016 was that like I was the only person in the country that had a list of people to go serve in the Trump government because Trump himself didn't think he was going to win. So just think about that. Like me, age 27, I think it was 27, 28 at the time, was like the only person in the country that had a list of people to like put into the Trump government. Okay. So they went to Heritage. They did the whole RNC thing. The RNC, for those who are uninitiated, like they didn't believe that Trump was going to win, right? So they were of the view that Trump was going to lose. So Trump had to go to like Rebecca Mercer. He would try to go to the Kochs. The Kochs said no. And so he went to Rebecca Mercer. She gave some money to him. This is like summertime. She did like a PAC. The other person who gave money was, of course, Peter Thiel. I told Peter to do that. Peter was asking me about the whole situation with Trump and the whole grab him by the pussy thing. Peter being a homosexual, me being a heterosexual. He was like, hey, what's going on with this? Is Trump done? Is he finished? And I was like, no, man, he's not finished. He may be in trouble because he may have issues with, because he failed to seduce the woman, right? But it's not a big deal. It's like, this isn't going to be the thing that gets him. So Peter was like, Peter was getting advice to ditch Trump. He doubled down on Trump. You all know the history here. Okay. So there's this coalition that forms. By the way, summertime 2016, Steve Bannon does not know Donald Trump. Okay. Summertime 2016, Steve Bannon is asking me to introduce him to Donald Trump, who I knew socially because of my work at the Daily Caller. Tucker, whenever Trump would link to one of my articles, I would get a shitload of money because I was getting paid at the time with the Daily Caller like a penny a click kind of deal because the advertising money was rich in those days. So, of course, if you're paid purely on the traffic, as I was, you try to cozy up to Drudge, to famous people on Twitter. You try to make money that way, right? Because if they link to you, then like you're good to go, right? You don't really need to work all that much. And what I was doing was I was taking my money from that, and I was, of course, taking between 10 and 20% of the money I was making. This is like circa 2012, 2013 period. And of course, I'm buying this newfangled thing that all the nerds are telling me to buy, which is called Bitcoin. And of course, you know how that turned out. So, and by the way, I highly recommend not paying for a Honda Fit, entirely with Bitcoin in 2012. That was not a good idea. Every time I see that car, I think about how it's like an $8 million Honda Fit. But whatever. I still had a lot, and it ended up working out. So anyway, what can I say about this? So Tucker, all these people kind of rode off Trump, okay? Trump wins. They're like, oh, fuck. We have this problem. Trump won. This wasn't supposed to happen, right? Who's to blame? Richard, who's in this space, Richard was to blame, right? Because there's a Nazi under every bed, right? If we're talking about Nazis, if we're talking about Russians, we're not talking about Bibi Netanyahu, okay? We're not talking about Jared Kushner, where, basically we need an explanatory thing. Why it's Cambridge Analytica, right? It's Facebook. It's anything but the fact that there were a whole shitload of Israeli spies doing things like Psy Group. I mean, when I paid to fly the women to the second debate, the big woman I was backing was Kathy Shelton. And Kathy Shelton was, when she was a little girl, she was raped, and Hillary Clinton defended her rapist and then laughed about it. And so I paid to get her new teeth. I got her a new dress, gave her some money, whatever, and brought her to the second debate. I then suggested to Sean Hannity, who in turn talked to Steve Bannon, who, by the way, didn't want to do the bring the women to the second debate. There were actually lots of people who didn't want to bring him to the second debate. And, in particular, Kellyanne Conway didn't want to do it. And Ivanka Trump didn't want to do it. Their whole reasoning was, we want to make it about her crimes, not his crimes, right? We want to make it about her. It's like, no, this is a crime family. The Clintons are, like, you guys are full of shit. And I said, like, hey, I'm going to bring them anyway. So if you don't like that, tough, like, I'm going to bring the women. And of course, Hannity ultimately was helpful. Hannity secured some planes. I later learned that those planes came from who? From Sheldon Adelson, who of course is Mr. Likud himself. And so that was sort of the backdrop on some of that stuff. Anyway, so time goes by, Trump gets elected, everybody's freaking out, right? They're like, how do we solve this problem? Who do we install? And by the way, along the way, Roger Ailes gets kicked out of Fox, right, for running his mouth, basically. He wasn't fucking anyone other than his wife, I could assure you. I knew him. He was like, they tend to be these hemophiliac types where they run their mouths. I don't know if anyone knows any hemophiliacs here, but a lot of hemophiliacs, they tend to like very much worried about like getting hurt or bleeding to death. So they tend to be very obsessed with TV. They tend to be like and they tend to pair bond. They tend to have like one person in their life. If you've ever like had any hemophiliacs. Anyway, so that was what Roger Ailes was. He's kicked out of the job. He's going to sue. There's going to be a big fight. And then he falls down and dies, like basically during the summer of 2016. And I was his like token millennial. He used to call me up. We used to chat. I had worked at News Corp in 2011. And, I had a fellowship at Wall Street Journal editorial page. And I actually won 2 fellowships. And so they were like, hey, you can go work at Fox. You can go work at Wall Street Journal. You can go work at New York Post. And I was like, well, let me do one each day, right? Like I'm trying to study the media, right? So I'm like, all right, I'll do one day at New York Post, one day at Fox, one day at Wall Street Journal. And then I'm at Fox, and Greg Gutfeld comes in to Michael Clementi's office. And for those who don't know, I'm like pretty bad insomniac. I guess that's kind of obvious because I do run these spaces at like 2 or 3 in the morning. And so, of course, I watched Red Eye in college because, like, you'd go shoot some pool at the pool hall and watch Red Eye at night, and and basically make money hustling people playing pool. And that was basically a big part of my college experience. And so anyway, I was like, oh, I want to meet Greg Gutfeld because I didn't watch the rest of Fox. Like, I didn't give a fuck, right? It was like whatever. So Greg Gutfeld comes into this space, into this Michael Clementi's office, and Michael Clementi is like talking to me, about Fox, how great Fox is. They want to ultimately offer me a job to work at FoxNews.com. And Greg Gutfeld, who, by the way, is married to a Russian woman, I think there's some kind of like weird Russian angle there. And Greg Gutfeld is like, the best thing about Fox News is it's like they got rid of all the jocks from high school, and there's just attractive women and class clowns and nerds everywhere. And I remember thinking to myself, like, this is not consistent with my 22-year-old, 23-year-old values. These people creep me out. They're a bunch of New Yorkers. I just assumed that New York was just a degenerate place. So I was like, and I also need to make real money, and I want to go back to California and eat burritos and, do all the things that are the law in California. Like, ride my bicycle to public library, all that good stuff. So, and be warm, right? So like if you're going to have the taxes, you should have the weather. It's kind of my view generally. Anyway, I leave New York. Michael Clementi is fired. There's the whole like Megyn Kelly contretemps and all that stuff. Tucker Carlson's brought in. I had recommended Tucker Carlson get the job when Roger Ailes was alive because I joked with him that, Tucker was the only WASP, that they had that was only allowed on television. And I said, it's time for some real diversity. No more Jews and Catholics. It's time for a WASP on TV. Ailes found that really funny. And I was like, it's time, like our people, the WASPs, they need to come back onto TV. We're ready. Like America's ready for a WASP on television again. And Ailes was like, ha ha ha, that's so funny, whatever. So Tucker had written this piece, as I mentioned, in Politico. Politico, of course, is a very Israeli publication. It's even more so now that it's owned by Axel Springer, Axel Springer, of course, being the German publication that has all these East German connections and is super obsessively pro-Israel. And anyway, time goes by. Tucker's waiting around. They bring Tucker in. Tucker gets in there. Now, we should also mention that like Rupert Murdoch was a backer of the Weekly Standard back when Tucker Carlson was there. There's sort of all these long-running connections between the sort of neocon right, of which Tucker pretended to be in exile, and the whole Trump game, right? Because like everybody's like, what the fuck do we do? What is Trumpism? Is it even a thing? Is this guy just crazy? And my attitude basically at the time was, this dude has 4 single-payer healthcare. He's talking shit about immigration being crazy. He's basically, on any given night of Celebrity Apprentice, he's doing better than any of the other cable shows. So everybody knows him. And in fact, one of the dumbest emails I ever wrote was after I was there when Trump won at the Hilton on election night. And by the way, hilariously, Ken Langone, I saw Ken Langone in the morning, and Ken Langone of Home Depot fame, who's a big backer of various neocon kind of things. And Ken Langone was like, there's no way Trump's going to win. He's telling me that at like 9 a.m. because I'm wearing my MAGA hat, of course. Like we're in, it's election day. You got to fly the colors, man. So I'm wearing my Ferragamo tie, my, tailored suits, and my Make America Great Again hat, which of course was made in China, because of course it was. And walking around, doing my thing, see Ken Langone. Oh, Mr. Langone, good to see you. Big fan. My dad loves Home Depot, shops there all the time. Oh, whatever, kid. And I was like, he's like, who's going to win today? I was like, oh, Mr. Donald Trump is going to win, sir. And he looks at me and he's like, no, he's not. I was like, yes, he is, sir. And he says, no, he's not. And basically, you're full of shit, kid. I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't think anything of it. I go back, go get into the VIP section through my friends, the Katsimatidis. If you know Gracidis, they let me in there. And of course, Trump wins. And who should show up but Ken Langone, right, from earlier in the day, basically pretending he was always for Trump. And it was just a very interesting day. So anyway, everything changed that day because it was one of those situations that wasn't supposed to happen. And I wrote an email to my brothers, pointing out all this stuff about Trump, how Trump ran as an independent, how Trump has no real political views, right, as far as we can tell. But he's basically always a protectionist, that protectionism is kind of generally good for Americans because it boosts wages, that we need tight labor markets, that he's in favor in theory of American manufacturing, all the stuff that Joe Biden is actually doing right now. Okay. Like I was of the view that Donald Trump was going to do it. And what I did not understand at the time was how crucial the presence of Jared Kushner was. He wasn't actually involved in the election in any meaningful way. And in fact, he kind of cozied up to a lot of us after the election and we basically were like, well, let's use this guy, right? He's dumb. Dershowitz told me he was the dumbest Jew he knew, okay, which is kind of amazing. And Dershowitz, basically is talking shit about Jared. All these people I knew were talking shit about Jared. Then Trump wins and Jared's a genius. Jared did it all, right? And I was like, well, fuck, he can't fire his son-in-law, right? My dumb self. So I started smuggling in various people into the federal government through Jared's operation. And through Peter's operation, Thiel's operation. And I think to myself, well, Jared is so dumb, he's only going to care about the Israel stuff. So he's not going to catch all the people I put in at the Department of Commerce. He basically just cares about Israel all the time, right? He really is an Israel firster. So I'm thinking to myself, like, this is great. I have operational control of all these parts of the government. Of course, it didn't quite work out that way. And there were all these problems that sort of, should have been obvious in retrospect, like the relationship that he was building with Ben Shapiro, like the relationship he was building with Mark Zuckerberg. And basically, you wanted President Trump, you got President Kushner. And then I started getting my phone hacked. I started having all this other crazy Israeli shit happen to me. People following me at my hotel room, people calling me up from Tel Aviv just wanting to chat. People I knew and that my family knew. Because for those who don't know, my grandfather, my mother, a number of members of my family lived in Israel for a time. My late grandfather, who died in 2020, worked for CIA. He worked for a company called E-Systems, which was the CIA front that was later acquired by Raytheon, and its job was basically to monitor the ceasefire between the Israelis and the Egyptians. And my grandfather was fluent in Russian, very interesting man, ran Fort Indiantown Gap, always extremely skeptical of the far right, just like always onto them, always talking shit about them privately. He was a friend of the Kennedy family, sort of how I knew them. Actually, Ted Kennedy wrote my letter of to get into Annapolis, interestingly enough. Ted Kennedy and Barney Frank. So anyway, thanks to my grandfather and all of his involvement. Of course, I got into Annapolis, kicked out of Annapolis because of medical shit, because I'm, can't sleep through the night and basically have shit eyes and I'm going blind, which is a whole topic for another time. But anyway, what can I say about this? Yeah, so basically, my grandfather was always on to Tucker Carlson. He always thought Tucker Carlson was a stinker. Always told me Tucker Carlson was a stinker. When Tucker Carlson endorsed my book on Calvin Coolidge, and actually, blurbed it on the back, my grandfather was like, "You're an idiot. Like, you shouldn't have had him endorse your book. That guy's gonna get in trouble." And I should have listened. Like, there's a lesson in that of like listening to your elders on various topics. He also told me Ted Cruz also blurbed my book. And he told me Ted Cruz was never going to be president. And he told me that in 2012 or so, 2013 or so, after Ted Cruz won the Senate race in Texas. And by the way, I think it's going to be Ted Cruz. There's the Ted Cruz tapes that exist between Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson. And of course, Jack Smith, reportedly, the special counsel, wants those tapes. And for those who don't know, Ted Cruz has all these weird connections with the Chinese, with the Ukrainian mob. There's all that stuff about him basically fucking anything that moved when he lived in D.C. And of course, there's the stuff about his wife, being a nutter, and his daughter being a nutter. Which, by the way, like, I've got nothing against people's family members being fucked up, but that's basically why he's not running for president again. And I don't think he could actually survive the vetting the second time through, to be honest with you. I think we'll see Ted Cruz quietly retire from the Senate in the next few years. It's kind of my bet. Particularly, he's friends with Harlan Crow. He's in those photos with Clarence Thomas and Judge Ho, in Harlan Crow's, palatial property. Anyway, so that's basically, that's sort of setting the stage. I don't know if there are any questions. We can kind of go through this a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's the basic kind of backdrop there. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to say about this.
I have a quick question.
Yeah,
Charles.
go ahead.
So this is something you mentioned in passing, but it caught my eye or ear, as it were. You said that Steve Bannon was interested in having you shut down the alt-right Reddit back in 2016?
So Steve Bannon told me in the 2016 campaign, he said, "Hey, Charles, we need you out there to just talk to whoever and get all the crazies for us."
Right.
And it was sort of defended. So, like, I literally went and I met with the Chabad rabbis. I met with the fucking Amish. Like, you name the fringe group that was, like, marginally for Trump. I met with Sikhs for Trump. You name it, I met with them. Okay?
Yeah.
And
including the alt-right.
Including the alt-right.
Right.
And the election, we win, obviously. And Bannon is like, "Hey, I want you to mop up all the crazy operations you were a part of." And I was like, "Okay, whatever, no big deal." Sam Altman of Reddit, who's now at OpenAI, Sam Altman is thinking of running for governor of California. He becomes a friend. I introduced him to Dominic Cummings. By the way, I also bet very heavily on Brexit. I thought that Brexit was going to happen. And so I have a lot of connections in the UK as a result of that. And there are elements of the UK system that kind of hate me for this. But my view was that Brexit would happen. We would basically get something like AUKUS. Okay, the prediction was that you want to force Britain out of the European Union to destabilize the European Union because the European Union is a fiction. And then Britain is forced into an alliance with America, a closer alliance with America, which is always kind of my hope. that there would be a kind of like alliance of the English-speaking peoples. Written about this, talked about it, whatever, fine. So Bannon is like, hey man, we need you to mop up all these far-right operations. I'm like, well, that's easy. Like they just publicly said that they're against Holocaust denial on Reddit, right? Reddit, of course, has all this Chinese money. There's all these Israelis around it. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to go like tell Sam Altman I'm going to do some light Holocaust denial on the alt-right subreddit. And I actually linked also to, I think we were doing like a crowd fund to identify the dude who punched you in the head, Richard. And so I linked to that, and they immediately deleted the whole alt-right subreddit. And I sent that to Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was like, that's fucking awesome. Good job. He was like applauding me for shutting down all these crazy groups.
So you engaged in agent provocateur-like behavior by engaging in some, as in your words, mild Holocaust revisionism on Reddit.
Correct. And it was kind of too clever by half at the time. I even say in the post, I'm not a Holocaust denier, but if you were a Holocaust denier, these would be the books you would read. Right. And of course, the ADL people screenshotted that, freaked the fuck out, which I knew they would. And of course, they get the whole thing shut down. Which, by the way, was kind of interesting. Like all the ADL groups, all these other groups were getting very sophisticated at policing all the social media properties, almost like they had people inside them, which of course they did.
I'm also interested. I don't endorse that type of behavior. Just to be honest, but
and to be honest with you, looking back at it now, I mean, my thinking in those days, right, was, well, you know, this guy who's going to be the advisor to the president of the United States is giving me an order. Okay. Yeah. I'm a good patriotic American. I'm going to do what, you know, of course, I didn't know at the time that he was a traitor working for the Chinese all the time. Later, of course, I would help the FBI bust him. And of course, he would get pardoned because the Zionist Organization of America leaned on Trump to do that. And I think today, like Brian Kolfage and all the people he was working on with the We Build the Wall silliness, all got sentenced, I think. Was it sentenced? What was it, Tom? You were the one tweeting about this, how Kolfage...
Did Kolfage get, or whatever...
He got 4 years.
He got 4 years. So Bannon got off, and the guy kind of doing his work?
Yes. So basically all of the help went to jail except Steve Bannon. And Steve Bannon was very close to all of the various Chinese, Guo Wengui, some other folks as well. And I just assumed Bannon was some kind of Fed because I knew that Bannon had been in the Navy. You know, we had a number of friends in common from the sort of military world, you know, from LA. What I later learned, by the way, is that he was telling various Chinese people and Israeli people about all those military and Navy and intelligence people I knew in LA. So he was basically being a traitor the whole time through. So that, which is kind of interesting, and to put it mildly. And Bannon gets kicked out. You know, it's a year in, he gets kicked out. And I, of course, go meet him. And when I'm meeting Bannon after he's kicked out in the embassy, that property that the Egyptians are in, he is sitting there with the then Israeli ambassador, basically like in the house. And of course, like at that time, the Israelis were like hacking a number of our phones. They were up to all kinds of shady shit. And it was like, it's like in the movie, you know, when you realize like that you've been that you've been fucked with. I just sort of like saw him there, and I like was pleasant or whatever to the Israeli ambassador. Actually, it wasn't the ambassador. It was like one of their main like attaché types. It wasn't the ambassador. I forget the guy's name now. I'm looking right at him. I'm in mind's eye. And I sort of like slowly walked out of the property, and then I was like, oh, this guy's really, really bad. And then like a few months later, the FBI called me about him and various things I saw or knew about his relationship with Cernovich, his relationship with other people he was leaking to, and kind of gave them chapter and verse about all the weird stuff he asked me to do for him, which I don't know, you know, looking back at it now, like I obviously don't condone getting that subreddit shut down. It's also unclear if they shut it down for quote unquote, you know, harassment by having a crowd fund to identify the guy who punched you in the head, Richard, or like what that was about. And then later, you know, the payment processor that I used through Stripe got suspended, right? So my researcher outfit got shut down, and of course there were all these Israelis and others contacting me at the time. Which, by the way, like the Israelis, that sort of world is all over the payment processing space. So when we're talking about Rumble and Locals, right? Locals was started by Israelis with Scott Adams of all people. Scott Adams and Dave Rubin were backers
Yeah,
of
I remember
Locals.
that.
And of course, Locals is heavily backed by David Sachs. David Sachs, heavily invests in Rumble, which is a $2.5 billion fraud, which is its own kind of thing we can go into. By the way, David Sachs was also somebody who told me in the 2016 campaign, who was a maxed out supporter to Hillary Clinton, that there was no way in this universe that Donald Trump was going to be president, which is in and of itself interesting. He became a huge DeSantis fan afterwards. Anyway, so basically, the thing to understand about this period in between Trump winning and in between like them taking power is it was an extremely chaotic period where there was knives everywhere. There was a dude I took out to dinner who turned out to be a Russian spy. He was like a college student at NYU. There was all kinds of crazy shit because remember, they all believed, okay, they all believed that Hillary Clinton was going to be president. So none of the foreign countries, okay, had any prediction. So they had to rebuild all of their source networks around Trump, okay. And of course, the Israelis didn't like that because they had their boy Jared Kushner in there. Nor did the Chinese like it because they had their boy Jared Kushner in there. And so basically everything flowed through Kushner. And that's really why Bannon and Kushner were in the massive fight that they were. That's what that really was about.
Yeah.
And remember the Fire and Fury book, the Michael Wolff book, right? Which basically led to Bannon being quote unquote fired, Sloppy Steve, and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, Michael Wolff was always very close to the Russians and also the Russian aligned Israelis. So that's an important thing to understand. The purpose of that book was to eliminate Steve Bannon and other folks.
Well, I almost support that effort.
No, but it was a sort of internal fight, right? It was a fight.
No, I understand that. It's just I hate Steve Bannon so much.
I do too. By the way, like he will go to jail, and I'll have been a major reason he will have gone there. So I'm quite happy about it.
Yeah.
If you've ever had a boss that's abusive, there's no greater joy than when the FBI calls you up to talk about him, and they're like, "Oh, Mr. Johnson, do you have any time?" And it's like, "Yes, officer, I have as much time as you want." You know, like I don't know if any of you if you've ever had a boss that was like abusive to you, nasty to you, and you were in a position to really fuck him over, there's really no greater joy than that. And the way to fuck him over is by telling the truth. Oh man, was that good? You know? Anyway.
One thing, this is just a dynamic. There's this famous or infamous quote of Steve Bannon to Sarah Posner, which is that Breitbart is the platform for the alt-right. And this has often been quoted as like, a smoking gun that Bannon is a secret Nazi or whatever, something like that. But I think everyone has missed the meaning of that quote, of what he said. What he is saying is he's being very accurate for once. He's usually his speech patterns are bizarre and making everything a noun and stuff like this. But he's basically saying that the Breitbart is a platform for the alt-right. It is going to be, the comment section is going to be a kind of forum for alt-right behavior. Now, maybe you could say he wanted to target and locate them or whatever. I'm not even positive about that. He saw the alt-right as this force that was pro-Trump and pro-him, and they wanted to control it. And so, like the Milo article that was actually written by one of his ghostwriters, I'm forgetting his name in the moment.
Alum Bakari.
Yes. And that was a whitewash. And at the time, it basically depicted the alt-right as like Tucker or something. It's like these are just natural conservatives, and I think that was the term they used, which I had never heard before. And they care about their country, and they're intellectually curious about things, and they're just worried. They're I think there was even some like anti-war stuff thrown in. Who knows? But it was basically to make the alt right totally non-ideological and useful, and they were kind of whitewashing it at that time. My name was not mentioned in that piece, but I didn't take offense. I just basically kind of was like, well, they're whitewashing us. This is good. It's politic, etc. And just take a win when you see one. But again, the whole point was to create the alt right that they could mobilize and control, and Milo was part of that. Milo's to a large degree just an invention of Steve Bannon. It's like, thank you, Steve, for bequeathing Milo to the world. Uh, you know, um, but I don't want to make this too personal, but there always was this like extreme hostility towards myself from Steve Bannon. And he would kind of subtweet me and stuff like this, and subtweet me verbally, like in a 60 Minutes interview. I noticed it. I don't know if other people did, but it was basically like, look, the alt-right, they're just Trump supporters, and all this ideological stuff, that's just an invention of the New York Times. Richard Spencer is just an invention of the New York Times. He has no real base, and blah, blah, blah. Maybe kernels of truth to that, but obviously it was hostile and completely, lacking in any sort of generosity or something like that. I always felt that he viewed me as a kind of nuisance.
No, I mean, look, I'll just be honest with you. Like you have to understand that the Israelis, the Chinese, and the Russians were all aligned in wanting Donald Trump to be president.
Right.
Okay. And they each had their reasons. So in the case of the Israelis, they knew that they had Kushner in there, and Kushner was their boy, because Kushner's father, Charles Kushner, Tom, if you find the Sinews of War thing about the dark origins on Jared Kushner, you can pull that up and put that in there. But basically, Charles Kushner had gone to jail for essentially blackmailing Governor Jim McGreevey with a homosexual, tryst that he was in with, I think his name was Sapel or something like that, Gal Sapel, something like that. He was the Israeli guy who was advisor to him on Homeland Security, and they would basically fuck it at Kushner's properties down in Florida. And so he was being blackmailed over all that at the time. And Chris Christie, U.S. U.S. Attorney at the time, Chris Christie is the one who brought charges against that. That, of course, was a major reason that Jared stopped Christie from being the vice president. Which, by the way, in the Trump campaign, it was pretty well established that Christie was the guy. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's really only what Jared claimed was that if we put Mike Pence in, we'll get all the Koch money. Because remember, they're all looking for money in this period, and so the idea is, let's get the hick evangelicals. And I was like, well, we already have the hick evangelicals, and they're all Scotch-Irish, and Trump is Scotch-Irish. Let's go get basically the ethnic whites, right? Which is what Christie would have represented. And I think there would have been a very different presidency if Christie were the vice president. I think actually the world would be a very interesting place now. I think about that a lot, actually. It's kind of one of those things. Christie told his wife, Christie had packed his bags. The grab him by the pussy event happens with the Billy Bush stuff, and Christie does not go on the plane with the Trump world. He's sort of like, it's too late. The question is, did he get stuck in traffic as he claimed? Did he deliberately not try to make the flight? Very unclear at the time. But he wasn't on the plane. And because he wasn't on the plane after the grab him by the pussy thing came out, the question is, could they really trust him? Was he really on team?
Yeah.
Now, the thing to understand about the alt-right is that it was an alternative to the right, right?
Exactly.
And if the right is very penetrated by the Israelis, right? Therefore, logically, it was an Israel skeptic movement, right? Except we would basically praise Israel as a way of showing that it's an exceptionally weird country and that we should be more like them. And I know you were guilty of that. I was guilty of that, where we'd basically be like, oh, Israel's great. Like they secure their border. They,
Yeah.
you know, like all the
I
stuff.
was guilty of that. I probably would not use that type of rhetorical device now, and I haven't. But yeah, definitely at the
Yeah, all the stuff
time.
that JD Vance now does, right, and talks
Right.
about like how
Yeah.
Israel's a great country and they have a positive birth rate and all that stuff, right? The stuff that Tucker has talked about on TV, right?
Right.
I don't believe that anymore. Like I actually believe that the occupation and mistreatment of Palestinians, has led to another occupation, which is the rule of the oligarchs over Israel, and therefore the capture of Israel and then the use of Israeli technology
Well,
against the
it's
rest of
not even Israel is not even like basic bitch nationalism, which is the way that it's presented. It's like, oh, strong borders, and we fight the terrorists. Or it's not even that. It is designed to be an endless occupation. I mean, there are kind of like three paths that Israel can go down. One of them is nationalist. It's a smaller Israel that will probably eventually be demographically overwhelmed. The other path is a greater Israel that is almost a kind of Hitlerian path. It's like a greater Israel plus just outright ethnic cleansing and genocide. This is
Yeah.
stuff that like population transfers that Ben Shapiro has talked about.
Yeah, and by the way, like,
hold on, real quick. Don't, remember, Charles, I've got to wind up. It's like Nolan Ryan, so I wind up and then I pitch. You always
I'm with
jump
you.
in on my wind
You always
up.
love the foreplay. What can I say, Richard? Go ahead.
Right. So the other path, which is the third path, which is what Bibi has chosen, is this endless, horrible occupation, which is an occupation by design. So we can't get away with like outright ethnic cleansing of some kind, whether genocide or population transfer or whatever. And so we are going to just endlessly do this. For decades upon decades, they will endlessly have these open air prisons. And they'll more or less get away with it, and they'll claim that these people they're occupying are terrorists. But it's not like a lot of people look at the Middle East, they're like, oh my God, it's so weird. God, they've been fighting for centuries, and oh, how do we solve this? It's such a mess. It's like, it's actually easy to solve. You have to at some point begin to presume that this horrible situation is not like that is the outcome that's desired. It's not just a bad thing that's happening. They want to
even more
endlessly occupy this.
It's even more disturbing than that. So I started to realize like a few years back when I started getting really into genetics research that a lot of the people who claim to be Jews in Israel weren't.
Oh yeah, they're Russians.
Russians. They're my friend John Badalamenti is in here, and there's this great book that he recommends. Maybe John, you could share it or what have you. The Russian Roots of Nazism, which I highly, highly, highly recommend because there's lots of connections that exist between the Nazis and the Russians, and the Russians, the Nazis, and the Likud party. Okay, which of course you're not allowed to talk about. And I didn't talk about it, so it never happened when I mentioned it just now. But it's well worth focusing on. And of course, you have the interesting history here where, I wrote about this the other day on my Substack, but basically Truman's daughter has written in her memoirs that there was this concern that her father would have been assassinated by the Stern Gang. And that's a major reason why he endorsed the state of Israel after the Russians did in 1947. And we know from the record that that FDR was very skeptical of an Israel. Okay, we know that he was very skeptical and that he had promised the Arabs that he would not have, that he would not have endorsed Israel, that he would not have created Israel. And in particular, he was using the fact of all the Jews coming to, basically, he was using the fact that the British allowed the Jews to come to Palestine. He was using that fact with the king of Saudi Arabia at the time. He was using that information as a way to basically divide the British from the Saudis. Okay, notwithstanding him having a Jewish, a very Jewish cabinet, notwithstanding his sympathy for the Jews who were exterminated in the Holocaust, and so on. So it's a very interesting counterfactual. Like, what if Roosevelt had lived, right? What if? Obviously, we know how the history shook out. But if you understand, Israel is a colonialist project, and that many of the people who live there in different forms and fashions are not actually ethnically Jewish. And by the way, this has become a very big problem in the genetics world, because the British are in fact correct, which is that a whole shitload of the Khazarian hypothesis, that a whole shitload of Jews who live in Israel, many of whom, by the way, are anti-Bibi for that matter, many of the Ashkenazi Jews and others are in fact not really Jews in the historical sense, that racially they're not Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Israeli state is very freaked out about genetics, which of course, those of us who work in genetics, those of us who've invested in it, we've been targeted by the Israelis in different ways, because the Israelis have wanted to have control over the genomic genealogy space, like all the murders and rapes and everything getting solved in that way. That's a very important project that they've wanted to master. MyHeritage, Family Tree DNA, these are very Israeli companies. And let's not forget Genie, which is the genealogy company that was acquired by MyHeritage, was started by none other than David Sachs, who has family connections to Lithuanian Jews and that whole world. So remember, the Russians took a lot of the Russian Jewry, or the Jewry writ large, and they kind of put them on the pale, right? That was sort of a big part of that project. And of course, those people, many of them moved after the Holocaust, after World War II, they all moved to Israel. Many of them were of all different, it's unclear what they all were, right? So let's just put it in that context. So I've become convinced over the last few years that Peter Beinart is correct, that basically that the model that a lot of people are trying to impose on Israel is a kind of apartheid South African frame. That was certainly the view that Jimmy Carter had. And of course, Jimmy Carter was attacked by Alan Dershowitz, by Joel Pollack, who's now at Breitbart. I was in the office when all this stuff was going down, when they were smearing Jimmy Carter. It was kind of crazy, actually, at the time. And basically, we have the situation where we have a political party, the Likud political party, which is a gangster political party that basically doesn't enforce money laundering laws. If you're a criminal, if you're a Jewish criminal anywhere in the world, and even if you're not a Jewish criminal, if you're possibly Jewish, okay, plausibly Jewish, then you can move your fortune to Israel, and the Israelis will take a cut of it. So it's become a kind of crime state with all of these connections with the sort of underworld. And this is why they do things like back, Alejandro Toledo, the guy who was just extradited to Peru, who I met and I've talked about before. It's why they do things like back the Honduras president, who was a drug dealer. It's why they sell Pegasus, NSO Group, to the cartels, the Sinaloa cartels in particular. And it's why they've done a number of these things over the years. They always try to get in the flow of information, in the flow of drugs, and so forth. So they're a kind of a pariah state. And it's my contention that a lot of what they do in the US is they sort of lie about the Saudis, they lie about the Russians, they lie about the Iranians, because they want to basically control those countries and their exposure and their relationship to the US government. And this is, of course, very bad for Israel, okay, which is the thing that blew my mind. I'd been to Israel when I was a kid, but I hadn't really spent any serious time there. So I went to Israel this past summer, met with people in Yair Lapid's government, wrote about that experience in Israel. met with some people who are Israeli, fighter pilots, all the rest of it, who are against going to war in Iran, right? So I'd been told that basically everyone in Israel hates Iran. They're all worried about Iran, right? And then I'm meeting with people who are like in the Israeli military, in the intelligence services, in Mossad properly, and they all hate Bibi, and they all see Bibi as a greater threat to their civilization than Iran or any other country. And what was fascinating about it at the time, and this was explained to me at the time too, but they said basically like we have this gangster government that is threatening members of the Knesset into resigning by threatening their children. We have a gangster government in that basically we basically have this guy who's corrupt as all get out. He's our prime minister, who wants to be our prime minister again. He's backed by the Chinese, possibly the Russians too. And he's extremely dangerous, and he has all the support of some of the wealthiest Americans and Brits and other foreigners. And we have his entire political party, 80 to 90% of its revenue comes from non-Israelis. So he's like, how would you feel if your president was backed 80 to 90% by foreigners? It's like, not good. And he's like, yeah, that's not good. So basically what became clear to me was that there was this sort of like resistance to Netanyahu. This was this past summer. And then, of course, Netanyahu came back into power by basically threatening all of these people, particularly women members of the Knesset. And I went back and I actually looked at some of my notes. We've talked about this before. Harry Jaffa was of the view that Israel was going to collapse because Israel had copied the Weimar Constitution, which led to you-know-who, right? Adolf Hitler, right? That basically Bibi was a kind of Hitlerian figure who used the forms of democracy to take over the country. And indeed, what he's trying to do is he's trying to basically use the Federalist Society playbook that was invented in the United States of having organized crime take over the courts. He's trying to do that same thing with all this casino cash and all the rest of it going into things like national conservatism, the whole Yoram Hazony project and all of that, which is at the Shalem Center, which is backed by Sheldon Adelson. We've talked about him before. So I didn't understand all of these like internal basic bitch fights within Israel. I had like all the pieces laid out, you know what I mean? But I hadn't put it all together right in the puzzle. And then what I started to realize is that actually like a lot of the Gulf states, they hate the Israelis too, right? They're just lying about it because of the Abraham Accords and because they're getting all this pressure by the US government. So when, Joseph Biden gets in there, they can dispense with the fiction that they actually like the Israelis. They can basically like toss various people under the bus. And that's kind of the world we're in now, is that the Emiratis have become helpful to the US. The Saudis are still kind of middlemaning a little bit, but they're going in the Chinese direction. And the Qataris have always been kind of in the British, European, French direction. So anyway, that's kind of the setup on these things. And Israel, of course, 17 weeks of fighting. Netanyahu and crew basically targeted. So they were using the birth certificate with Obama because Obama was, his father wasn't who his real father was, which is why they introduced that in the Clinton campaign and brought it up to Trump and to others. They always kind of extorted Obama with his biography, right? And Obama with all the gay stuff, right? And people say, oh, Charles, you're wrong about Obama being gay, whatever. I've talked about this before. There's a lot of stuff in the David Moranis book that points in it. Certainly there's stuff in the David Garrow book. David Garrow removes two things from his book at Obama's direction. Those two things are, one, all mentions of sexuality, two, all mentions of Frank Marshall Davis. Okay? Those two things are removed from the book. And for those who don't know, there are lots of us who believe that Frank Marshall Davis is Obama's father. I've written about that. Others have written about that. And indeed, it fits the history, the chronology, the whole bit. It explains why he's got no real relationship with the Kenyan side of his family. So, and you remember Bill Clinton's like, oh, this is a fairy tale. The Obama story is fake, and so on. And if you look at Obama's family history, particularly on his mother's side, there's all the CIA connections, which we can kind of talk about if people want to go there. But basically, Obama's past, his whole story was fake. He told people he His step grandfather died fighting the Dutch in Indonesia. He actually died of a heart attack hanging the drapes. Claimed that he was this poor kid in Metang Dalam. I went to his house. My ex-wife was Indonesian Chinese. Went to the house, and it's in all the place where they put all the spies, right, and the spy families. Okay, whatever, fine. What you have to understand about the Israelis is they're expert in blackmail. Like the Russians, they're very into political blackmail. This is what they do because they want to control you. So they try to get you on sexual stuff. If you're a homosexual, if you're fucking women that aren't the women you're supposed to be fucking, they get you, which is what happened to Van Taylor and the whole ISIS bride situation. It's what they tried to do to Matt Gaetz. Congressman Matt Gaetz is my friend. The whole Joel Greenberg situation. They run these kind of blackmail operations. It's what they probably are doing to Steven Crowder right now, right? And so they always try to have the dirt on you. And the dirt on you is very important, right? Because the dirt on you is used to control you. And so it has to be very good because they're trying to move money through you, right? Oftentimes, or information, or they're trying to run a network around you, right? So this is a very important way of understanding how politics really works. Now we have this situation where they are assessing Joe Biden and they're assessing Hunter Biden, and they're looking out at the world and they're seeing, oh, we have this guy, Joe Biden, who's running. We know him. He doesn't like us. He's pissed at us over Pegasus. He's pissed at us over what we were doing and basically encouraging Obama to stay in Afghanistan for forever. He's pissed at us in his on the invasion of Libya, which we supported. And he's pissed at us on the whole situation with Stuxnet, where we basically let the virus out and things went a little crazy. And he's always had problems with Netanyahu in particular. And you'll recall Netanyahu, Obama tried to topple Netanyahu. It didn't quite work. There was that whole situation there. Fine, whatever. Now, the Israelis come to the conclusion that the way to fuck up Hunter Biden, or the way to fuck up Joe Biden, is over the whole Hunter Biden situation. Okay? That this is his last remaining son. Remember, the man has buried his wife, buried his infant daughter, and buried his favorite son, Beau Biden, who, of course, was the attorney general. And it's pretty clear when you look at it pretty dispassionately that Hunter Biden was Navy intelligence and remained Navy intelligence, and that he sort of stayed a Fed all of these years. And we had a very compromised DOJ under Bill Barr. For those who don't know, my family was, in CIA and whatever. We're very much in favor of kicking Bill Barr out of CIA in the Bush years, the Bush 41 years. And so I myself was targeted by the FBI during, as I mentioned, for going to go see Julian Assange at the embassy, which the CIA asked me to do. And I was targeted in particular by Bill Barr and by this Charles McGonigal character, who's now facing charges for being on the payroll of various Russian oligarchs. And of course, he was helpful to the Israelis and other folks too, because typically the way it works is if, you sell out to one country, why not sell out to all of them, right? So, but our system, because we have a hard time talking about Israeli subversion, we kind of always make it about Chinese or, Russia or whatever, right? Iran, rather than talking about the Israeli subversion. And there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of Israeli spies in our media on all political parties. And many of those people are being drummed out of politics now. You could see that with Scott Adams, who's had like a rough career. You could see that with a number of their Likud assets over the last few months, Tucker Carlson being the most obvious example, but the problems that the Daily Caller are experiencing, we can kind of go down the list of kind of the Likud connected agents that are having a rough time of things. Maybe even Peter Thiel we could put in that category, right? You saw the story today from Reuters that Peter Thiel's staying out of the 2024 elections, right? I know more about that than I'm allowed to talk about. I think it's a very, very good development. Let's put it that way. And of course, you could see Ari Emanuel, right, who runs what? A talent agency, right? Ari Emanuel partying with Elon Musk this past summer, where he's like spraying him with the hose, right? You guys saw that photo where he's in Mykonos, where he's got like those disgusting tits. Elon, the owner of this site. So I'm not going to talk too much about his tits because I like having a Twitter account, but you get my drift. Anyway, what I want to say just on a final kind of like thing, and then we'll kind of go to questions or whatever. We'll kind of chat more about this. Is the Israeli system of government has basically decided it's going to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And you could see this with Jonathan Pollard, who was the spy that was brought over by Trump and encouraged to be let out of jail by Jared Kushner, flew over on Sheldon Adelson's plane. In fact, the very last person that Trump pardoned, I think, was Avril Sella, who was the handler for Jonathan Pollard. Just to kind of put that in perspective, who, by the way, killed a whole bunch of American assets, including family friends of mine, by all the secrets that he revealed. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Joe Biden is having his son targeted by the Israelis, and this is, of course, a huge concern of ours. And this is really what the Hunter Biden story is all about. And when we have the Dominion lawsuit, Dominion has a lot of connections with British intelligence, and you could see the lawsuits of Meghan and Harry against the Murdoch empire. Of course, there's this Abigail Grossman, Grossberg, I think is her name. I met her once before, by the way. I think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with that lawsuit. I do believe a lot of the stuff in it, but I think it's an example of the second the seal breaks in a lawsuit, everybody, it's a feeding frenzy. And I think that's what's driving a lot of this. A lot of people understand that the Murdoch empire is being cut apart right now. And I think that's going to be the story of the next few months. Recall also...
There's some weird things in there. I mean, because everyone focused on her complaints about a sexist frat house environment or something, which is... I don't know what to say. I mean, she knew what she was getting into or whatever, but...
yes, there's nudity at the strip club.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily defending it, but it's just... I think that's kind of a smokescreen, though. I think that might be the kind of silly, fake because, I guess, in your terminology.
Yep.
And what's really... It's interesting with these tapes because there really is there. So she was doing pre-interviews with all of these Stop the Steal celebrities. And she had those tapes, and then she was, involved in the discovery process. And she seemed to think that she was going to be made the fall guy in all of this, or that Fox was not cooperating with the legal process and not engaging in full disclosure and so on. And so it's very interesting. I think there's something there. And
there's 100% something there. The question is...
and the frat house behavior, just, I don't know, whatever, it's,
Well, I mean, I'll just tell you, I saw that, right? I've personally heard Tucker say some pretty crazy shit. I'm not going to lie to you. I've heard him say, I mean, I'm no preacher on this, you know what I mean? But you probably can't call women cunts and have a corporate job in America, right?
Yeah,
probably not. You know what I mean? I don't know.
There does seem to be. He seems to get into this stuff maybe a little too much, and in a kind of surprising way. So I don't know what to say. I mean, it might be darker. I mean, obviously, well, first off, I'm a dude, so if I ever had a regular job, the idea of pinups on the wall is not going to bother me. But
it is kind of weird, though, right? If you were...
I agree.
I mean, I did see it myself when I was at Tucker's place. There are lots of pictures. There's a lot of photos of Nancy Pelosi from her time in Italy.
Well, that was weird because I remember seeing those photos of this woman who's, I guess, in her 80s now. And,
she has cannons. Let's just be real. She has giant tits.
all I could do was tip my cap. It's wow, you're in pretty good shape there, Grandma.
Yeah, I mean, good for her, right? I mean, this is why she was Speaker of the House.
Right. No, but I don't mean that in a creepy way. I genuine admiration. But to post that, I mean, I did see that photo last summer or whatever and chuckled at it. But like I didn't post it on my fucking wall. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's
No,
kind of
but
like
there's something
you're
about
getting a little
look,
too
when you work in a
interested.
newsroom, right? When you work in a newsroom, there's all kinds of weird stuff that happens in newsrooms, okay?
Yeah.
As anyone who's ever worked in one knows what I'm talking about. Like, I've had people eat my sandwiches off my desk. I've had people like scream at me. I've had people, I mean, all kinds of, and I worked at the Wall Street Journal editorial page where I had a guy like basically like accost me, who was ultimately fired. I mean, there's
Hmm.
all kinds of crazy shit that happens among journalists because journalists are basically degenerates. They drink too
Yeah.
much. They sleep with each other's wives or girlfriends. It's just the culture of these things. Now, I'm not defending it. Like I think it's kind of wrong in all these ways, but journalists are not known for being like stable, normal people because like you can't make any money being a journalist. So you got to get your kicks some other way.
Yeah.
And if you want to hire a bunch of people, you hire a bunch of young people, you pay them not that much money, right? And that's sort of the environment that Tucker was in. And by the way, I used to take all those guys out to dinner, right? We'd have like when I was in DC, I'd take them all out to dinner, feed them because many of them were basically like, they were like wearing their old Brooks Brothers stuff. They were all like broke as a joke. And we'd take them out to like nice dinners, and of course they'd take my phone calls, right? And I could put people on Tucker's show or on other shows, right? And so you would basically like, you'd give them all these fringe benefits. You try to work them, right? You try to get them to do what you want. And that's kind of how it works over in the media environment. What you do is the people who control the makeup, like you want all those people on your team, right? The people who like if you want to control the help on all these major shows. The hairdressers, the janitors, all those people really matter, okay? And because they hear things, they see things, they have a copy of a tape that they shouldn't have, and so on and so forth, right? And um, that's how it really works when you're trying to like influence and control all of these things, okay? Now, what happens is that these cultures form, and Tucker's not a manager. Tucker could give a shit about being a businessman, okay?
Right.
He's not like somebody who's like building a really great business. He's about himself. He's an addict, a self-described addict. He's a drug addict. He's an alcoholic, okay? He's popping Nicorette. Anyone who's been around him knows he pops Nicorette, Nicorette, whatever, the Nicorette
Oh
gum.
my God, we have the same vice. Oh no.
Yes, I mean this is the Gen Xer in you, Richard. This is dangerous. So anyway, and this is the Tucker that we all know, right? This is the real Tucker, and he's an addict. He went to AA, whatever. I don't have any beef with people going to AA. Frankly, I went to AA once myself. Kind of felt rude about it because I didn't really have as many fucked up problems as a lot of those people. I felt kind of like I was intruding, just being honest about it, But whatever. People could go to these things. So I think the addiction jumped. I think he got addicted to power, to influence, to all that shit you get involved in when you
Hmm.
think you're the man, right? You're the guy. You could make presidents, right? This is the same thing I saw with Ailes. Ailes was obsessed with this shit too. And it's how these guys live, right? They think they can control the world by basically controlling what's on your TV. Now, of course, I always find that very funny. Like I find it hilarious. Like I always see these people, these hubristic people, and I find being around them to be a lot of fun because they're crazy, right? They're entertaining. Like Steve Bannon is an entertaining man. He's genuinely nuts, right? And you talk to him and you're like, oh, this guy's crazy. And he's like a part of the world. But you kind of drift off of these people. At least I did when I was younger in my career. I wasn't my own person, really, right? You're in your 20s, you're trying to learn how the world works. And when you have a boss that's like kind of crazy, calling you at all hours of the night, it's kind of fun, right? Because you don't have kids, you don't have responsibilities. And then, you can make decisions, you could whisper in their ear, and then suddenly it's on TV, or suddenly the hard hitting question that they're asking of the politician is your question, right? That's how it really works. Now, this Grossman woman, though, or Grossberg, is it Grossberg or Gross woman? Or Gross man? Grossberg.
Grossberg, yes.
Grossberg. Okay. So gross. So big mountain, right? That's kind of what that means, right? In
Hmm.
German. So Abigail, what does Abigail mean? I forget. But Gross Mountain. Okay, fine. Big mountain. She is basically Linda Tripping the whole time, right? So the question is the booker who's at Tucker Carlson, who's a Jewess, right? Not that there's anything wrong with that, by the way. I like Jewesses myself. I've got a number of Jewish friends and colleagues and whatever. They're great. But you have to ask yourself, he's being condemned by the ADL, right? And he's being condemned by all these Mossad fronts. And he has a Jewish woman that he's putting on as his booker, right? It makes you wonder. It makes you chin stroke on these things, right? And he's putting her in this position, and she's controlling all the guests coming in and coming out. And by the way, the second she got the job, they stopped taking all of my phone calls, okay? That whole operation. And Alex Pfeiffer, who was one of my guys there, who's in the text messages back and forth with Tucker, Alex Pfeiffer is quickly fired. Alex Pfeiffer married a woman who worked at the Israeli consulate. Again, he somehow lost my number. Okay? So, and by the way, he used to talk all this shit about all the Jews. Personally, he'd like say that. And then he marries a Jewish woman. So go figure, right? So who knows?
I had some run-ins with Alex Pfeiffer as well.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. He's a very strange
Yeah.
character in that way. So anyway, I always liked him. You know, if he were to come over, I'd give him a drink or whatever. We'd hang out. We'd have a good time. I've got no ill will towards any of these people. By the way, I want to be very clear about this. I think they're part of a fucked up machine, and that fucked up machine gets them to do bad things. Right? It's sort of like you can't really keep your soul if you're going to run a strip club, or you can't really keep your soul if you do certain jobs. Right? Just the nature of the job makes you do terrible things. Maybe it attracts terrible people. That's a sort of separate question. But what I think happened, and this is all speculation. Please don't sue me. If you do sue me, please, this is my opinion. It's protected speech, blah, blah, blah. Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. I think what happened was she started to realize that she was in real trouble. And she started Linda tripping everything just to have self-preservation, self-protection. And she also realized that Tucker, maybe the place was as anti-Semitic as the ADL said. Or maybe she's a spy the whole time and from a family of Mossad agents or whatever, right? And that this was an op run against Tucker. In much the same way that over the years, people have installed, foreign spies as producers of this company, this business or that business, right?
Yeah.
The BBC has all kinds of British spies in it, right? So that would be sort of the frame that I would have on it. And if you have the view that there are lots of journalists that are also spies, this is also a possibility. We can't dismiss it out of hand. Now, the most likely explanation is, as she says, that she grew disillusioned with this job. We've all been there, right? We've all had jobs that we thought were awesome and super awesome, and we would tell our parents about, and we put on our resumes and brag to our friends about. And then slowly the job like eats our soul or takes our freedom or like gets us in real trouble. And so maybe she did have a sincere conversion, right? I do think it's a convenient conversion, but maybe she had it, right? You and I, of all people, shouldn't speak ill of people who've had changes of mind, right?
Right.
So I think there could be a sincerity there. I don't know. I just know that it may be made that way. Whether it's true or not is immaterial, right? So it could be one of those situations where the U.S. deep state wanting to take out Rupert Murdoch and take out Tucker Carlson makes her conversion legitimate for the purposes of taking down Tucker Carlson. In much the same way that I don't know that I really buy the Ray Epps story as presented on 60 Minutes, but I know that the deep state wants that story to be true so that it gives a way down from the ledge of a lot of the boomers that had problems with the sloppy election of 2020. Right? So Ray Epps becomes a kind of like dupe patriotic Marine, right? Rather than a sort of violent, person.
Well, when you say I don't fully buy the self-serving aspect of Ray Epps' story, where he was like, I think at one point the journalist asked him, what did you whisper in that man's ear? And he was like, I whispered to him, don't hurt anyone, that's not who we are. And I was like, all right, this sounds extremely self-serving.
Well, of course it's
I
self-serving because
I
he's
don't.
another bite at the apple, right? So he's going
Yeah,
to sue.
but just to finish,
Yeah.
I think that Tucker's obsession with Ray Epps. I mean, he did have that. I mean, the MSNBC is correct when they say that. Like, he gave him more airtime than is. It's ridiculous. And apparently he interviewed Darren Beattie for a documentary on January 6th. I mean, he dug his own grave with that nonsense.
Well, and
And
of course we've
I
talked about
just,
Darren Beatty's connections with the Russians, right?
well, yeah, exactly. And it's like that was kind of sophisticated propaganda. I mean, I do think that, I mean, look, there is something curious about Ray Epps. I'll grant them that. But the way in which they fixated on this like weird boomer who wasn't really able to defend himself. I mean, this
Well, they
does
need
strike me as
well if you're Russian,
sophisticated propaganda.
if
This
you're
in
Russian or is
Russian style kind of thing.
yeah, if you're Russian or Israeli or Chinese, you need the Fedsurrection narrative because you can't have the narrative be that it was an attempted coup by your agents that were sprinkled throughout the crowd. That's
Right.
very important for you. Okay.
Yes.
You need it to be that the FBI caused it because you need Americans to turn against the FBI. And in turning against the FBI, right, you need them to break the FBI. That's very important. Because if the FBI is fighting and receiving all this pressure from Americans, or there's an effort to reform it, or whatever, right? The FBI's eye is off the ball when it comes to all of your intelligence operations that are running in the country. And as we saw, they have Charles McGonigal on the payroll of the Russian oligarch, right? And I suspect that that's not the only example of that. In fact, know of other examples of various people who are in law enforcement who work for the cartels or for others. So, and there have been all sorts of people who've been drummed out of this thing or that. So,
And also look at the knee jerk reaction this type of thing has created. Like, it's created the knee jerk reaction around Ray Epps as, like, this man is solely responsible for all of this disaster, and yet patriots are being blamed. But it's created like a knee jerk reaction around the Teixeira, or however you pronounce his name, the person who was putting documents into his Discord server to show off to his buddies. I mean, I have said, and I actually I said this on my Substack thing, but I it's out there for free. I think that there's a lot more to that story. I think that Teixeira is a patsy of some kind, and that there was someone working him and giving him the information. So it becomes even more sinister. But look at the need. I mean, that's my speculation.
well, it's interesting, isn't it, that he tried to destroy his Xbox?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
doesn't that kind of speak for itself?
It's weird.
And then you see today, right? So he's talking to all these people in a Discord server. Discord was trying to be acquired by Microsoft. Microsoft, a company that Steve Ballmer once described as more Israeli a company than an American company. Interesting. And then you look at, he's trying to destroy his Xbox. He's 21 years old. He's at the Air National Guard, which is exactly the place that you want to penetrate. And he's talking to his buddies about all the weird documents he has in his Discord server. And, you have to understand, like, clearly the Discord server, if you owned a Discord server and you weren't a foreign intelligence trying to penetrate it, like, why do you even have foreign intelligence if you can't identify this kind of stuff?
Right.
Right.
And also he was the type of person that Russians, in this case, I think it might very well be Russians, or you could say Israel or whatever.
I think it's probably the Likud Israelis who then shared it with the Russians. That would be my frame on it.
But he's the type of patsy. He's just like opening himself up to be a patsy in the sense that he has some level of clearance because he's working with the Air National Guard. He's a masshole type kid. He has all these like indicators of some kind of psychopathic personality disorder, which were just revealed today in a filing where it's like this kid was talking about Molotov cocktails and all guns and all this. Like he's a little too fascinated with these things. So yeah, but anyway,
Yeah, he's from
like,
a broken home, right? He's from
Yeah.
a broken home. He's Brazilian, right, by blood, and he's from a family that has sort of mental instability in it, and it seems he himself has it. So yeah, I mean, look,
But my point was, look at the knee jerk reaction that they have, whoever has created. So, like, he is a hero according to like Glenn Greenwald and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think Glenn Greenwald is probably a asset of some kind. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think she's almost like just a natural asset. You know, like her knee jerk reaction is the FBI is lying. This young man was trying to save us. And they have this anytime there's any sort of, you know, information that goes out there, it's immediately suspect. They jump to a, you know, weird, wild story that the deep state is doing this immediately without even assessing the situation. I mean, literally, I think that Putin could drop a tactical nuclear weapon and Tucker Carlson would like blame Joe Biden. Or like literally they could
it's part of the Xer mindset, man. It is.
Well,
like,
why stop blaming my generation for
no, but you know that I'm right.
We're like the most innocent of generations.
No, but you know
like
that I'm right, right? Like you basically you've been trained your whole life to basically be above it all, right? To be too cool, to put on your sunglasses. I mean, for fuck's sake, like all the Xers in this space, myself who's spiritually Xer, like we're all wearing sunglasses, right? In our avatars. Like, let's just be real here.
Just a leather jacket and Ray-Ban.
Okay, like I get it. Like I'm into it. Okay, I'm into the aesthetics. I like the '80s movement.
The millennials are like unbelievable. They're as a generation. No, I'm not talking about individuals. Are just annoying.
Yeah, look, I don't
need
like
to go
my
through their
generation.
problems.
Okay,
yeah,
like you know,
Gen Z is like whacked out of their minds. So Gen X is the best.
Oh, I don't discount, like, there's many things I love about Gen X. Like, let me be clear about this, okay?
Right.
But one of the problems that the Gen Xers have is there's just not that many of them. They're sandwiched in between the boomers and the millennials, and they're outnumbered every which way. And they always get fucked over by both generations that try to take over from them. And so they are, by nature, much more critical of institutions which have let them down in different ways throughout their lives. So they've created their own institutions like tech, right? And like, partly private equity and some of these other institutions. And they basically try to middleman between all these different players. And so you run into these Xers and they're like, well, the US government says this, man, and I don't even know if that's true, man, right? Like there's always this attitude of prove it, boomer, right? Prove it, silent generation person or whatever. And the millennials are so fucking earnest that they believe their own con man, shtick, which is how you get a Sam Bankman-Fried or how you get a Elizabeth Holmes or whatever, where they basically like convince themselves of their own bullshit and then go right off the cliff and take a whole bunch of people with them, So I think the Xer skepticism about the world is certainly something that I admire and like a lot. The calling bullshit on things, right? But the skepticism and cynicism leads them to basically be kind of consumerist, right? To basically believe, to just try to one up their neighbors with kind of empty materialism. And it also leads them to not really participate in serious ways in the society because they can't really, right? Like we all kind of know we're going to pass over the Xers and our next president is probably going to be a millennial, right? We all kind of know that. Certainly that's where the energy is going.
Yes. So it will be utterly annoying.
It'll be super annoying, and many of us will hate that, but it will be just how it is, right?
Yes.
So, and I don't many of these things I don't like, right? It just is what it is. So anyway, the point is, there's a whole bunch of these Xers who lead the Republican Party right now. Kevin McCarthy is a Gen Xer. Frank Luntz is a Gen Xer. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Gen Xer. Matt Gaetz is a Zennial, right, in between the millennials and the Xers, but basically spiritually a Gen Xer. Tucker Carlson is a Gen Xer.
Yeah.
And
you can even see some of that attitude with Tucker, even that like horrible video he put out where he's like, it's all meaningless, man. None of it makes sense. Like,
yes,
it was like a Gen Xer talking to a boomer or something. Like, if you just speak the truth calmly, you'll win. But like, everything's whacked. Like, it's this like anti-platitude that becomes its own platitude. If you say,
I know exactly what you're saying. It's the sort of spirit. It's like talk to all these Xers and they're into all this spiritualism bullshit or this woo stuff.
But it's like you're saying over and over again that like, everyone in the media is a liar or whatever. It becomes its own like lie. It becomes its own platitude. And it's just
certainly
totally
if you don't turn around and tell people the truth afterwards, it becomes the worst kind of thing. Right.
Or like, why don't we talk about real issues? Or it's like, okay, why don't you talk about real issues? Like
I had this moment.
You're making a video.
Yes, it's the same thing with Peter Thiel, right? Like Peter Thiel does this. There's like a number of these people who do this. JD Vance does this. Oh, yeah. Like they criticize the government, and it's like, motherfucker, you are the government, right? Yes. Like, what are you? Why are you a senator? Like, fix this shit. Like, what did we put you in there for?
Yeah, JD Vance it's like, these elite politicians are full of crap. It's like, dude, just.
It's like, dude, you live in a house.
You're a senator.
You live in a house owned by a Civil War general. You're a multimillionaire. Like, you are the one you've been waiting for. Like, do something.
Yeah.
And what happens though is that when I've experienced, the thing that freaks me out the most about the Xers is that you'll say to them like, do something about it. And what will happen oftentimes is they're like, well, I can't, man. And it's like, why can't you? And what you hear is they kind of have like a learned helplessness, which is what one of Thiel's favorite phrases. It's like they have this doomer pessimism streak, which is like its own kind of addiction, where they don't actually want to solve the problems. And that to me is super depressing and very disturbing. And I want all of you to kill me if I ever get like that.
Yeah. Just try.
Try and fail. Like, whatever, man. This is America. Like, we have all kinds of fuck ups at many different levels in our society. But
a lot of them are Gen X. I mean, a lot of them are conformists, sadly. They don't have any individuality. Yes. Even though we had some of the best shit, like you were saying, Spencer, they still conform. They can't. They're scared to stand up.
Well, it's because the areas where they were allowed to be creative, right, were their own. So, like, the music is awesome from the 80s, right?
The best.
Like, the movies are awesome because they're basically not politically correct. The technology is cool, right? So, like, from the Xer period, right? So, all of that stuff is fun and exciting and inviting to other generations. But what ends up happening is they end up getting a little bit of power, or they end up becoming the establishment, but they don't want to actually make the hard decisions that establishment people have to make.
Right.
So what ends up happening is they want to preserve their position. So it's not like, well, somebody should do something about this. And it's like, no, you're the somebody. Okay. Like, you're the governor of the state. Okay. You're the senator. You're the congressman. Like, it's you that you have responsibility. I give you responsibility. And what ends up happening is they get freaked out when you say that, and they sort of freak out a little bit. But anyway, I see we have Ace's hand up and Santo's hands up. So let's go to Ace and then Santo. Tom is noticing these things. So Tom is my accountability buddy on this stuff. I'm personally just pacing around my house bitching about the Gen Xers. So go ahead, Ace.
Hey, thank you. Sorry to bring this back to 30 minutes ago, but
no, go back. I mean, yeah, whatever. Go ahead, man.
I remember there was this, I think it was Washington Post, that was covering the alt-right based on the Hillary speech. And surprisingly, they gave this kind of balanced description of it's multiculturalism, immigration, pro-Trump. And it kind of left out all the edgy stuff. And it reminded me of an event that Richard attended with Peter Brimelow, where there was a moment where like Anglin was being cheered in the audience, and Peter Brimlow was visibly like uncomfortable with this, and he wanted to kind of identify or separate rather the 4chan users from the intelligentsia, so to speak. And so I just thought that was kind of an interesting, while the alt-right was rising to prominence, you kind of had that identity crisis through like all throughout, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of unbiased records of
Well,
that.
remember, Peter Brimelow wrote an authorized biography of Rupert Murdoch, which he never published, which is extremely interesting. Okay, just think about that. So Murdoch now pays for the health insurance of Brimelow's children, okay, to this day. And how the fuck did they get a giant castle in West Virginia, right? Nobody knows, right? But it's like they have a castle in West Virginia. It's a thing. I'm not making that up. I'm not lying about it, okay? So you think about like who would benefit from that, and you think about Murdoch, $100 million from the Bank of China. Murdoch, when when Netanyahu is traveling, right? When he's traveling to London, he stays in whose house, right? He stays in Rupert Murdoch's property in London, right? We haven't even gone there with this Miranda Devine woman, who's like the Jewish woman who's like laptop from hell and all that stuff, right? We haven't even gone there on all the laptop stuff and how that's clearly an Israeli op against Biden and Hunter Biden in particular. Which, by the way, I think will be revealed soon in a lawsuit. That's what I hear through the grapevine, that the Hunter's going to sue Fox. It's kind of what I've heard through a few people, especially after this massive lawsuit against Fox that just took place. So what we have in this kind of environment, okay, is we have basically the alt-right was about alternative for the right, and it freaked people out because you're not supposed to have an alternative for the deeply compromised Republican Party, right? You're supposed to be a libertarian. You're supposed to be a Zionist shill. You're supposed to read Ayn Rand, right? You're not supposed to be like, yeah, actually, single-payer healthcare, it's kind of okay. Like, no big deal, right? You're not supposed to raise questions about quality of life issues. And this is a real problem if you are the American right, which has been so heavily penetrated and corporatized and controlled by different countries over the years. It just is. It's a real problem. And that's, I think, why Richard, and to a lesser extent I, was a threat, was we were actually, so first of all, like, we're white men who have family connections to the beginning of the country, okay? That is a problem if you want to run a movement that is like filled with foreigners or people who are like constructs that are connected to foreigners, right? And that's a real issue, right? Like you want to replace the native-born elite population with your own people. And I think that that's really what's going on there, if we're honest about it,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make it's not really a conspiracy theory, but it would just kind of like a dynamic theory of someone like Brimelow. It's that it's not so much that Brimelow is like a cuck or something. He doesn't go hardcore. He's not full Andrew Anglin or whatever. It's that you want to keep this force in a way that's manageable and controllable. And so you can just endlessly talk about how, we need immigration reform. We need immigration reform. Did you see this MS-13 news story? Did you see that? Blah, blah, blah. And just they want to keep it in a way where it's always pushing towards the GOP. And it's always, that's the main thing. And it's like if you're able to kind of think outside that box, I do think you're not viewed as a team player by a lot of these people, but also you are kind of a threat. And one thing about, VDare might complain about rhinos or whatever, but like that website is really no different than Breitbart. It's kind of like a mini Breitbart. And so it stays within the kind of concentric circles, So it's like, oh, this is the alternative. I don't even think this works in the case of VDARE because it's just so boring and none of that stuff has really any purchase. But if it did work, it's kind of like it's 2016, where it's, post Trump winning the nomination. Pre Trump winning the nomination, the alt right was raging against the conservative establishment on behalf of Trump, and the conservative establishment hated us or them. And spring 2016, Trump secures the nomination. It's kind of like, all right, we're now totally pro GOP now. We're just promoting the GOP. You got to vote for Trump. You got to vote for Republicans, Trumpy Republicans, etc. There is a way of saying that, like, let's keep this thing going so that we can always sop up all of that energy and kind of like keep this basically status quo alive. And so I know it might even sound self-serving of me to say this because I endorse Joe Biden, and I'll make it official here now. 2024, Dark Brandon has my full endorsement. But it is a real thing. Like, there are powers that want to keep this thing going and want to sop up that energy. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme is the way I thought of it. And I think that's really the best metaphor. So, like, if you're selling doTERRA or Mary Kay or something, or Tupperware, so you're like a bigwig buyer, but you're ultimately like down channel from someone who's bigger than you, and you're getting like 80 cents on the dollar. The person above you is getting 10 cents, and then the production company is getting another 10. And then the person below you, well, she's getting 50 cents and you're getting 25 cents. It's a typical pyramid scheme where the worse it gets, the lower you get. So anything that kind of upsets that, and Nick Fuentes, for instance, I do think that there's like a genuine desperation in Nick, and he's in a way like a lot more radical or kind of dangerous than he was, and he's being attacked for that. But in 2020, like, you could say that, oh, he's a Nazi or he's totally crazy or totally outrageous. No, he's a downstream channel of this system, and all of those donations that he's getting, effectively like 20% of them are ultimately going to Trump or ultimately going to the GOP. Like that's how it worked, and that's how they want it to work. So they will tolerate outlandish behavior and crazy people and gross people, etc., so long as you indicate that you are part of this multi-level marketing scheme, which is conservatism.
Yep. Although I think
VDARE does that. It's like
Nick is actually
tell you to vote for the. They're going to tell you to vote for the GOP. It's not like
Nick is actually way more dangerous than Nick is more dangerous than we ever were, I think, to the system.
I kind of agree, actually. I don't agree with many of Nick's policy prescriptions or much of his analysis. I mean, I'll have my agreements here and there, but that's all kind of like technical. I could get into a debate with him or something. I do agree with what you just said. Like, I think he, for all of his outrageous comments and whatever, the fact that you can kind of laugh at him or say, oh, it's a bunch of, gays or whatever in this weird movement, all these criticisms are somewhat valid, but like, he has a huge audience still, and he has a certain desperate radical streak, and he can turn that against that multi-level marketing scheme that I just described.
And, yeah, I mean, he's going to rescue the Zoomers. It's pretty clear to me that that's what's happening. Because
let's go.
Because what makes him interesting is that he has a lot of energy. And remember, he's 24, right? So when you and I were in this shit, I was like 27, 28. right? You were like in your 30s, right? And we're like,
Yeah.
I mean, we're wasps. Like, we're OG Americans, right? And like, you watch that segment that he did on Tucker, right? And he's talking about like Tucker's dad was like CIA or whatever. There's like a lot of problems with that piece, right? But basically, the Carlsons were kicked out of the intelligence world because of their connections with the Russians and others and the Israelis. So it's not totally accurate, but like he was talking about his own father. His father was like working for the tollway or whatever in the 1980s, and his father before him was a drug addict, right? And I don't have any drug addicts in my family line. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but like just not one of our vices. And I think there's something very working class about Nick, sincerity, and he's religious, which I think the Zoomers are like way more. The Republican Zoomers, the right wing Zoomers, are way more religious than I think we ever were. They
Yeah.
also don't seem to.
Atheism is a Gen X phenomenon through and through.
Yeah, and they also don't seem to fuck like the Xers and the millennials. Like we would fuck. Like they don't seem to do that.
Yeah.
We're
And
too
they
busy.
seem to. Yeah, they seem to be like online all day, like texting and tweeting with each other, and like doing TikToks or whatever. And like
It's weirdly a monastery that they've
yes,
created. It's like an
yes,
online
and it
orb.
actually that's actually the thing to me which is most frightening about it. Just being honest about it, like the notion that they don't meet each other and have sex is like actually kind of disturbing in a way, because
Right.
it suggests that there's no future to that movement, right?
Right.
It seems like Nick has cachet in the culture war in the way that Compact Magazine or Claremont doesn't seem to be able to replicate authentically, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, I mean he is winning the argument, right? Like, and he needs help, which is partly why I haven't dismissed him, right? Because I'm not throwing away 24-year-olds, right? Like, I mean, I said this before, like the Prime Minister of Israel, who's like a 70-year-old plus man, was attacking a 24-year-old like Nick Fuentes. Like, what the fuck, right? Like, if I were to like go and tell my mom that story, she would think I was lying, right? She'd be like, "Oh, that's a little far fetched." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Zoomers strike fear.
but it actually happened, right? Like, it actually happened in a real way, and I think our role as like you an Xer and me a millennial, like our role is basically to be like, hey, young people, there's all this crazy shit we experienced. You're gonna like make these things your own, right? Like I don't really want to like get into like some discussion about Catholicism or I don't really care. Like the youths are gonna do the youth things, right? What I want to do is I want to tell them like, hey, there's all these weird things that happen to me. I think versions of them are happening to you. You go like make this your own if you want, right? But like don't say you weren't warned. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I see our role in this, right? Because we're becoming older men and we're doing other things with our lives. And so anyway, I don't really like. I see us as basically like sounding the alarm. They're the ones who have to like man the trenches and do their whole thing. By the way,
Sure.
when Nick had his huge space the other day, he was talking about how much he liked Joe Biden, and I think that's I think you and I are attributable to that.
Oh
like,
yeah, stealing the Spencer takes. He never gives me credit for that. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
I mean,
Spencer is a Groyper general.
Oh please, please cut that. No, it's yeah. I have the curse of being like 18 months ahead of people, but the fact is, Nick is able, unlike most of his contemporaries, he's kind of able to kind of like take in a take or a viewpoint that is unusual or kind of edgy and kind of like something you would more easily just reject out of hand. He's able to think through that, and I would not say that about most all, if not every single one of his contemporaries.
I mean, just think about this. The man's 24 years old.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I was doing stupid shit like getting married at 24. Like I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in a position to judge, but I do think that we there's this attitude among young men in particular that we go and we crush them or we dispose of them in different ways. And I just think that is just so un-American in a weird way.
Yeah. What would you say, like, to sum up the mentality of these generations in a movie? Like, maybe something like, I know he's not a Gen Xer, but it's almost like Oliver Stone's JFK film is kind of like the Gen X, like Citizen Kane, in the sense that,
Yes.
none of it's real. It's all a conspiracy. It's all
Yeah,
lies.
I think
Like,
the real Gen X movie is probably Secretary, right? And
that's been recommended to me. I've never seen it,
oh
actually.
my God, that movie's seen
Yeah,
you. That movie's seen you. You got to go
that's
see that.
interesting. Yeah, but
And I
then
would
the
say
ultimate
that the real millennial
movie.
movie is Election with Reese Witherspoon.
True.
Yes, but
Yeah.
I think also, like, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is, like, deeply millennial at its core, in
Yes,
the
and
sense that,
disturbing and deeply disturbing and sinister.
yeah, and it's, but it's also like these fun, nice people trying to help out, like, and they're super powered. So there's no, there's no, it's like you're Captain Marvel. You can, like, punch through a brick wall and fly and stuff like. But you're also like this woman. It's like,
Well, you have an endless
there's something
deployment.
just fantastical about it, like,
Yes.
totally divorced from reality. But then also, like, but also Captain Marvel will, like, be relatable and, like, self-deprecating in this like just totally annoying way. That's the millennial. There's no dark vision. There's no, like, sense of tragedy or anything. It's like these goofy, nerdy, but good-natured people saving the world, kind of thing. It's just basically what I'm saying.
Well, it's also
utterly, irredeemably horrible.
Yeah, it's also very Zionist too, right? It's
Yeah.
or very neocon, right? It's endless
Yeah.
deployments, fighting for forever. It's unclear why you're really fighting. And
Yeah.
the way I've always explained this to people is that the Dark Knight trilogy is Gen X, and
Yes.
the millennium, and basically the Marvel comics are millennials.
Yes.
And I think that's basically right. I think that's ultimately, like, why the Marvel movies are sucking now, because all of the generation Gen Z, like, I actually have talked to a lot of Gen Z people, kids, and, like, they don't even watch movies. It's, like, not their thing. They just watch clips and shit.
Yes.
They don't actually, like, engage in a real meaningful way with cinema.
You have to put a Subway Surfers clip over the TikTok to keep it.
Which is kind of interesting, actually. I wonder what it's going to be like when we have a generation of young people that, like, don't watch movies. Like, what is that
funny
gonna be
because watching a movie was almost like a lower form of art than reading a book. It's like, go read a book, man, or whatever. But now it's like not even watching a film. Like, the cinema has become like a highbrow, like, museum, like, art form, and watching a clip from a film or watching a mashup or something is, like, kind of the Zoomer art form. Like, I don't think there's a movie that will define the Zoomers. I think it's like they watch some, like, an OnlyFans account, or like a live streamer playing video games,
the way I would
talking about nothing. Like,
the way I would put this is that, like, the technology is really illustrative here. So, like, the Gen Xers were all about the message board, and the millennials were all about, like, Twitter or Tumblr, or, like, things that were, like, ad supported. Whereas the Xer, or the Generation Z, is really about, like, TikTok is obviously a big part of their world. Discord servers. They just consume the internet in a fundamentally different way than we do.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to watch because, like, I think you can probably remember a pre-internet time in your life. Yes. I kind of can, not totally, but I remember, like, as a kid, like, one day there was Wikipedia, and I was like, oh shit, this is interesting, right? Like, the internet was basically a library for me when I was a kid growing up. And it became a kind of like heroin den with, like, Tinder and all this other stuff, like, basically in my, like, early 20s or whatever. But I wasn't really, like, engaged with that because I stupidly gotten married young. And so I kind of was, like, out of the ecosystem or whatever. But basically, yeah, I mean, I think the basic takeaway that I have is the Generation Z consumes the internet through streaming, and through like Discord servers, it's much more small groups of people. It's much less trying to have a mass audience. They're not terribly interested in mass audiences in quite the same way that we were all kind of trained to be.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like my prep school was like one of the first prep schools to get Facebook. And I think I was literally the last student there to have a Facebook account. Like I held out. I was like the last guy, it was like that Japanese soldier that they pick up on those islands, or something, and I always realized like this is going to be really dangerous for us, right? And so the millennials, for them, like they're okay having like their identity, their everything. Basically, since we were teenagers, everything we've done has been with our name online and verifiable. Whereas the Generation Z, they all have like all kinds of alt accounts. They're very worried about kind of their digital footprint, or they're like, it's very interesting. Like they're aware that the internet is written in permanent ink. Whereas I think we weren't really aware of that when I was growing up. Like it just wasn't a thing. We were sort of encouraged to share and tell everyone about our day and like, what are you doing? All of that kind of like weird shit. And I realized that like we had a giant psychological operation run on us as children, which is like kind of disturbing to think about, but it did happen. Like it was a thing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Santo, go ahead. I just noticed that you have your coloring is the same as your hand, basically, and I have shit vision, so I just noticed your hand was up. Go ahead if you want to say something. I know you wanted to talk about Jews and genealogy and Israel. If you want to go there, we can go there. But if you say crazy Jew shit, I'm going to kick you out because I just don't have time for that.
Yeah, no problem. And, the term Jew is very important because you can't get into hardly any spaces today without them talking about it. But I want to talk about something. I want to talk about a very large group that potentially is more important than all of these different, Gen Z, Gen Xers, millennials, boomers. And these people do not have ears to hear what you have been talking about. And I'll explain why in just a second. I did post a couple of books in the bubble, very good books. And you had talked about, you did some research on the genealogy of Jews.
Genetics of it, the genetics, not the genealogy, the genetics.
Okay. Well, I'd like to talk about the genealogy for a second, if I may.
But be quick.
Well, I don't know if I can be quick with this, but I'll do my best. Okay. We use the term a lot in these spaces, Jews. People call themselves Jews. People talk about Jews. And I'd like to explain the biblical definition of a Jew, if I may. But before I do that, this large group that I referred to earlier is called evangelicals. Okay? They have a lot to do with the voter base. They have a lot to do with the politicians in this country. They do not hear what you're saying because they have an attitude that they're Zionists. In fact, 70 to 80% of evangelicals classify themselves as Zionists. Well, what does that mean? They believe that God has made some promise to Israel for that land over there. They believe that they are God's chosen people, and they believe that if America blesses Israel, we'll be blessed, and if America curses Israel, we'll be cursed. And I'm here to say that all of those things are false. First of all, genealogy was very important in the Old Testament. It was everything. In the New Testament time that we live in now, Jesus says, forget about it. Okay? He says it just brings questions, no answers, and it's unprofitable. Well, why would he say that? There are people who think that the Jews are this pure race. Well, they weren't even pure in the Old Testament, because if you look at the genealogy, David was a Jew, Solomon was a Jew, because they were from the tribe of Judah. And a Jew in the Old Testament was from the tribe of Judah or the tribe of Benjamin. In fact, the term was never mentioned until 2 Kings, after Solomon, when the 12 tribes were split. 10 went north and 2 stayed in Jerusalem. The other 10 are never called Jews in the Old Testament. And today, when they call themselves a Jew as if they're a pure race, well, David's grandmother was a Moabite, okay? Solomon's mother was a Hittite. They weren't Hebrews. So to think that these people over there are Jews is incorrect. And you made a reference to
Well,
the
they're called
13.
Israel. I mean, that there is a distinction to be made between Israel and the tribe of Judah.
Yeah, I agree with this. So here's
Oh, absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. It's
I mean,
it's a subset.
If your point is one of there's a lot of biblical problems with the account, I agree with all that. Obviously, like I've read. I used to actually teach Sunday school once upon a time in my crazier days, so I am aware of all this. But I don't think you can win. So the piece I posted up in the Jumbotron talking about the Khazarian hypothesis and Arthur Kurtzler and how British intelligence was of the view that like the Khazarian theory, which was dismissed as a crazy idea in the 1970s, it turns out to probably be true, right? Where the Khazars from? They're from Ukraine largely. So there's like all of these problems of like who is what, where are they from? And we can go and have like a biblical account, we can have a genealogical account, but I'm much as somebody who's an investor in genetics, right? I'm much more interested not so much in like what people say about their origins or what they say their ideology is, but I'm much more interested in like who's fucking who, having kids, who's like stealing from who, who's got the money, who doesn't, why don't they have it, who's old, who's young. Like I'm much more interested in materialist accounts of how the world actually works. And it's not because I don't think like the biblical stuff or the ideological stuff isn't important. It's because a lot of people say a lot of crazy shit about their ideology, and they say that they're like for Jesus or whatever, and then you discover they're like sleeping with their choir member or whatever, right? Like you learn a lot of times like when I was younger, I used to pay attention to what people say. Now, as I get older, I pay attention purely to what they do. And what I do a lot of the times when I interview people, when I research people, when I build companies, whatever, I try to get a real account of who the founder is in front of me, right? Like, who is their grandfather? Who is their like? How do they pay the bills? Right? What do they actually do all day, right? And this account of how things are is very, very, very important. Now, you can have all these arguments about the Bible, right? But what you discover really quickly if you go to a lot of these evangelical churches is none of these people read the Bible, right? So, like the last evangelical church I went to, they were obsessed with Matt Walsh's, what is a woman thing, the whole Ben Shapiro thing. And I've been to so in my life, I've been to a total of maybe like 15 to 20 evangelical churches. One was a front for the Chinese. Like, that's pretty clear. The pastor got in trouble for basically taking all this money from the Chinese. One was a front for the Russians. He was over there teaching the Russians about Jesus after the fall of the Soviet Union. And of course, lived there, married a Russian woman. There was all this weird money that showed up in his church. Whatever, fine. And the others have been like weird fronts of different forms, of different types over the years. Because remember, we have the tax exempt status for a lot of these churches. And there's a lot of kinds of money laundering that goes on in the churches. There's all kinds of corruption. And, as somebody who's a Catholic convert, although I'm not a very good Catholic convert, I sort of stupidly joined the Catholic Church to marry the woman who would later divorce me, which is like, I don't recommend that. So I was raised Anglican or Episcopalian, which is like one God maximum. But basically, the sort of like situation with a lot of these churches is that they require capital to keep running. And what you learn rather quickly in a lot of these churches is if you understand them in a materialist way of like who's on the board of directors, how does the pastor pay the bills, where does the pastor live, is he on the parsonage, is this free rent, like what's going on here, right? When you have that kind of accounting of what's going on, you can get a real sense of what's really up. And my experience is that most of what we understand as the evangelical movement, it's kind of an outgrowth of the 1960s and the sort of 6-Day War and the kind of like post-war period. and that in real life, like the world that we're actually in, the racial determination matters a lot more. So Donald Trump is a thrice married dude who like bangs anything that moves or he can get his hands on. He's, an adulterer. I mean, he's got all these problems, right? And yet, all of the evangelicals voted for him. Now, there are two accounts you can give for that. One is that they actually believe the Bible and they believe that he's like kind of a figure that's flawed, that can, that like, had a sort of like Saul going to Damascus conversion, right? There's all these accounts of, religious people advising, various heathen kings, right? And there's all these sort of like rationalizations you could look for in the Bible if you wanted to go there. The other account, which is the one I'm most partial to, is that evangelicalism in the United States is largely a redneck phenomenon and largely a Scotch-Irish phenomenon. And Donald Trump being half redneck and half basically half Scotch-Irish, half redneck through his mother's side, who was born in the Hebrides, and half German, which is exactly the kind of combination you'd want to be if you wanted to win the Midwest industrial base with all of its Germans and the sort of plains West Midwest, and of course the South is sort of chock-a-block with rednecks, and that those rednecks basically want low taxes and no regulations, and the Germans basically want an industrial policy. Okay, because the Germans love machines and they're obsessed with machines, and this is in fact like a lot of like, we're not allowed to really talk about how weird the Germans are. It's sort of like politically incorrect in our society to talk about it. But basically, a whole lot of Germans in our society for many, many years have been traitors in different ways, which is kind of Fred Trump, we kind of know now, was informing on a lot of them during World War II. Okay, sort of like working all sides on that. It's sort of that this is the Deutsche Bank connections that Trump has. He's told all these different accounts about his father as well, that he was Swedish and not really German, that he was actually born in Germany. He wasn't. He was born in New York. So basically, the argument I would make is that these racial determinations matter a lot more. And if you look at historical elections, usually whatever the person is, the ethnic group of whatever the person is, they get a larger share of that vote. So Obama's black, Obama gets a larger share of the black vote than even the models would predict, which was still quite high. Similarly, Mitt Romney, he's Mormon, right? He gets a much larger share of the Mormon vote, Mormon donations, than the models would predict. And interestingly enough, Joe Biden has done extremely well with the Irish and the English, the British Americans, way better than the models would predict. And he never talks about his British heritage. He just talks about his Irish heritage because it's sort of like gauche to mention that. And yet he's done way better with the English and with the British than the models would predict. And there's all sorts of things we could do. We could go through all these historical elections if we wanted to. But the point, like the larger point I'm making, is that I don't think that any of the biblical accounts of the world actually matter all that much. And that I think in general, we're becoming functionally a more secular society. Now, people may signal to one another that they're more religious. They may lie about reading the Bible. They may even go to church on occasion, although church attendance is still way down from the pandemic. So that's sort of like the real account of what's going on. And if you look at Trump as basically the redneck Obama, then you understand that like DeSantis is not going to dislodge him, because in the Republican primary, to win, you need the rednecks. You have to always have the rednecks with you. Just as in the Democratic primary, you always need to have the blacks with you, which is why when you watch Biden's announcement speech, it's basically like one of the most diverse things I've ever seen in my life, right? So that's sort of like the real frame here, if we understand it in that context. So I don't really, the religious stuff is kind of interesting up to a point. It's like cool parlor discussions. I think, I do think I am a Christian. Like I know Richard is not. Like I do believe a lot of the Christian teachings, sort of more in a cultural sense than a sort of like necessary. I'm not one of those people that will like holy roller you or whatever, But I do think that like the Bible is an important book in our society. I would say that I'm not totally sure of the divinity of Christ, but like there was clearly something very special that happened back in the day then. And I think it has all kinds of implications for our society now that we need to sort of think through and think seriously about. So I think to be a literate person, you have to be a biblically literate person. All that said, the point I was making earlier about the state of Israel is the state of Israel is freaked out, as a lot of states are, because there is all this genetic evidence that's mounting that raises a lot of questions about who is from where, whether they're actually as they say they are, whether they're actually Jews, whether they're actually this or actually that. And in the past, in a pre kind of genomics world, it didn't matter. You could lie and you could pretend to be Jewish if you were Russian or Ukrainian or whatever. If you wanted to get out of those terrible places, you could lie. But now we're in a world in which, like, no, we can actually find out if you're lying, and we can actually find out your bloodlines. And this is how we're actually solving all these murders and rapes. And I think ultimately how we're going to solve a lot of the child trafficking issues, and how we're ultimately going to solve a lot of the child custody issues. Because I think the days of closed adoptions and all of that are sort of firmly in the past. So the point I was making is that a lot of these technologies are very dangerous for states. And I think that that is where we are when it comes to the state of Israel. And I think the sort of smart Israelis get this, and the sort of dumber religious ones that don't serve in the military, that are basically parasites off of the state, that basically extort the various political parties to get their welfare benefits, they are very much afraid of this sort of like this. They're afraid of science, basically, just to be blunt about it. And they should be, because it's potentially destabilizing of all the weird scams and fronts and money laundering they're all doing. That's kind of it in a nutshell, Santo. Not to say that the religious stuff doesn't matter. We could maybe do a space on the religious stuff, but I think it's sort of not really relevant, right? It's sort of like the evangelical movement, in my assessment, in the United States. A lot of it comes from trying to build support for what were essentially indefensible Israeli policies in the 1960s, 1970s, and so on. And that really the Israelis, they basically, what happened was in the 1976 election, Carter gets a lot of these evangelicals because he's, a deeply religious man, goes to church, the whole bit. And of course, they switched to Ronald Reagan, the divorced Ronald Reagan, in the 1980 election. And there's a lot of reasons that happened, not least of which is all the sort of intelligence, spy versus spy stuff that was going on within control of evangelical churches and America writ large. Anyway, that's sort of the frame on that. I know Chadigal, did you want to say something? You had your hand up a second ago, and I don't know, so I'll go back down.
Oh no, I mean, I've just been listening, and I mean, I'll probably pipe in here in a second. I'm just
So
chilling,
like
enjoying the
so the point I'm making here, right, is like, we have all these people who lie about being Native American in our society, right? Like Kevin McCarthy's family.
Yeah, I thought about doing that at one point.
Yeah, so Kevin McCarthy's family, lies about being Native Americans so they can get Native American contracts from the federal government for the China Lake facility, right? And we don't genetically sequence people to see if they're actually Native American, right? It's just sort of like the honor system or something, right? I don't know. So there's all kinds of Native American fraud that goes on to get casinos, to get contracts, to get all that federal contracts. And so there's a lot of examples of this, people lying to get into college about being various ethnic groups, people who don't know, who believe their family lore, right? So there's a lot of kind of like flimflammery in this kind of thing. And obviously genetics can upend all of that if we choose to exercise it. That's the sort of like larger theory of the case. So that's kind of, I think, where we're going.
Let's Santo kind of, or I guess Santo left.
Well,
I was just curious what he was getting at.
He wants to make the case from what he was messaging me, and he didn't ultimately make the case based upon what he said he was going to talk about. He sort of made a different case than the one he was publicly, making, right? So I'm sort of.
I would say that the book of Matthew is very clear that Jesus Christ is descended from David and ultimately descended from Abraham. So I agree. It's a weird thing where the Bible is kind of is very much anti-racist, and I would say the Old Testament and New Testament are equal in their anti-racism. The notion of a pure Jewish race, I actually agree with Santo. I think that's
Yeah,
clearly
I don't think he's wrong
gone
about that.
it's going against that in the Old Testament, and then Jesus takes it, to the full culmination. And there's neither Greek nor Jew nor whatever, you're one in Christ, neither man nor woman as well. So I mean, this is what these Abrahamic religions generate. This is what they're after. This notion of of Fuentes or whatever, of to be a true racist you should be a Catholic or something. It's just radically incorrect. But
Yeah, I
neither here
mean
nor there, I
the
guess.
problem, of course, is, do you believe that Catholicism is actually a Christian religion?
What are you being a radical Protestant here?
I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I go back and forth on it, myself.
Yes, I do think it's a Christian religion. Yes.
Well, then is Mormonism a Christian religion?
Yeah, I do think these are all ultimately Abrahamic. Now, obviously, there's a lot of
kind of like
wackery in Mormonism. Look, I've said this. If I were a Christian, I would be a Protestant. I've said that. And there is no justification in the Gospels or Old Testament for something like purgatory, for instance. That's the most obvious.
Oh, I totally agree with you. By the way, so as somebody who was raised Anglican who converted to Catholicism, and my conversion was very convenient, given that I was trying to get married to a Catholic woman.
Right.
Are you still Catholic?
I mean, I do go to Catholic masses. I honestly go to whatever church I get invited to on Sunday. So a lot of times, so Jordan Bloom and I went, Arthur Bloom, who does his pretty good Substack, he and I went to mass at the church that Mary Surratt was involved in. She was the woman who was executed. She was the only woman executed for the plot to kill Abraham Lincoln. So we went to a church that she was behind. And honestly, if people invite me to things, I usually go to them. I occasionally will attend Episcopalian or Anglican stuff in DC, but it's sort of like I go to the churches that are the most waspy around me at any given time. So I look for the most waspy church wherever I'm living, and then go to that typically. I'm not. I was on the vestry of my church when I was growing up in Milton, Massachusetts. I was raised Anglican in the most Irish Catholic town in the United States, a place called Milton, Massachusetts, which was a very WASP place that became more Catholic as the Catholics left South Boston during the whole conflict over busing there. And so my father was raised Anglican, was an Anglican. I think he's some kind of atheist now. I don't really know that my father has religious views. And then my mother was raised Catholic because my grandmother was a Scottish. She was a Scottish Catholic, but she died an atheist, as far as I know. And my grandfather, who was half Swedish, half WASP, I guess he was functionally an atheist his whole life. So. I think he went to church with me once because I asked him to, and he did not care for it. So yeah, I don't know. And then my other grandfather joined the Congregationalist Church because there were the more attractive women there, and I don't really know what his original faith tradition was, or if he even had one. I don't know. And my other grandmother, who was a daughter of the American Revolution, going way back, she was an Anglican, and so yeah. So I don't know. Basically, my attitude on church is that you should probably try to take it seriously, just as being like a good civic member of your community. It's an important place. It's like donating to the library. Like if you're going to settle in a place, I think you then join a church as like being a good citizen. I don't know that you necessarily have to believe any of it. That would be kind of my frame on it.
Well, it believes in you. I mean, it's going to change you and affect you. I mean, I think that we still live in a profoundly Christian society.
Oh, absolutely. But I would say in general, I think that you don't. many people go to churches, right? Not necessarily because they believe in the church, but because they're looking for some kind of community.
Yeah.
And I think that the aspect of church as social club is a very underrated aspect of it. That it's a place for a lot of lonely Americans to go to.
I
Right?
find it to
Lonely
be
people to go to.
sorority fraternity like.
Yes, exactly right. I think that's
And
actually
I don't
more.
like I don't
By the way, I
like
think that's
sororities or
more the case in the
fraternities.
South. Like having lived in, so I've lived in the Midwest, the South, the West, and the Northeast. And I would say the place that's the most sorority and frat like is the South.
I
in
loved
general.
it growing up in it, but as an adult now, I can't relate to it. I can't relate to the fake hypocrisy. It's changed. I don't know if it's because society and politics and all that. I'm sure that has everything to do with it, but it changed, and I don't like how it changed. So
Well,
I can't participate.
I had a very good friend growing up who was like a guy who actually encouraged me to be in computer programming when I was like 9 or 10. And he was like he was a friend of my cousin's, and he was like maybe 30 at the time. And we sort of stayed in touch. He was a kind of mentor to me in technology stuff. And he worked on the iPhone. When the iPhone first came out, and he was a dyed-in-the-wool atheist, like 100%, kind of like communist of sorts, communist atheist, WASP guy, and he was convinced that the iPhone would basically lead to the collapse of religion in America. And his theory of the case, very early on, his theory of the case was that you worship that which you give attention to. And his theory was that people were so addicted to the iPhone, even in the early days, that basically that would ultimately displace faith in the United States.
Do you know anything on Tim Cook and how he got involved, how he was chosen at Apple? Because
my understanding is he was basically.
So I just want to know what is
he
the
was
secret?
basically a giant logistics genius, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Because his father was in shipping, maybe the largest shipping company family in the country that's here in my town. Yeah, that's why.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Whew. Sorry,
Tim
that
Cook-
family just burns me up. I can't help it.
Tim Cook is a Christian, isn't he?
Sort of.
I mean, he's gay.
His family
I think
is, but I don't
two
think
things
he
are
is per
mutually
se.
exclusive. I don't
Wait,
think you
he
can be
is?
gay and Christian. I think you can claim
Well,
to be
yeah,
Christian,
no,
but
I
not actually be Christian.
I mean, look, I'm
agree with that
interested.
and know that.
Look, so my
He
interest.
grew up in the mob, y'all. Come on.
Well, of course, but like lots of people are part of mobs that are in
Yeah,
shipping.
but they're not Christian. You cannot be mob and Christian at the same time. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, I mean,
Well-
I happen to think as a practical matter.
Mean Street
it doesn't make sense. It's an oxymoron.
Based.
Are you trying to suggest that the human condition has contradictions in it, Dana?
Too many.
I mean, like,
Dana, you believe in a true Christianity. It's like,
I mean, I'm down for the Christianity you're a part of. Like if you want to start a church, I might even go to it.
I just want people to be real and kind of more accepting. And
Dana,
I love all religions if you can love people.
No,
and
the whole point. The whole.
That's just woo woo. Dana, the only true Christian died on a cross.
That's right. And even he wasn't. And even he wasn't a Christian.
They just talk about him and use him and make money off of him and sing about him and make money off of him. It just
but it's like I think there might have been a guy named Jesus walking around to some degree, but I am a mythicist. I'm a mythicist about the Old Testament as well. I'm certainly a mythicist about the Gospels. I think it is all literature basically, and looking for Jesus, like the historical Jesus, is like looking for the historical Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, or something. You're missing the whole point. But also, I would take this very further. I mean, I don't think there is any justification to believe anything from the Old Testament. There's no archaeological evidence. I think it is
when you understand that all the efforts to find all these historical things from the Bible were actually intelligence operations pretending to be looking for those things. I mean,
even if that is not the case, it's like you're searching for your watch under the lamp because that's where the light is shining. Like they'll find some coin with some, it's like, oh look, it's David.
No. I mean,
there was a united monarchy.
If you read
it's just ridiculous.
If you take Lawrence of Arabia seriously, right, and if you take all of that stuff seriously, there was a scramble to basically go all over the Middle East, and the excuse for it was the faith excuse, right?
Right.
And you can have these two things at the same time. But yeah, I mean, look, the reason I'm interested in Apple, right? Not only is it the most like impressive company out there, it's super rich, whatever. But like Steve Jobs belonged to Robert Friedland's cult. That's
Yep.
like why it's an Apple. Okay. Robert Friedland
Yep.
is like one of the largest mining people in the world. Like I've met him, I've talked to him. He's real, he exists. And he got in trouble for being a large drug dealer and like was basically kicked out of Reed College. And he was basically the mentor to a slightly younger Steve Jobs. And then you understand Steve Jobs, you know, his natural father is like basically a
Wait, what was the cult guy's name again? I'm
He's
sorry.
Syrian.
yeah, no, well, he's
Yeah.
actually Phoenician. He
What
is
was the
Oh,
by
in the
cult
book
leader's
he said
name?
he was Syrian.
yes,
Huh.
there's all sorts of lies about his natural father. So his natural father is of Phoenician stock, which he is not, which is Syria, right, up to a point, but it's not really what we would think of as modern Syria. He was born in Syria, but he's by blood on his mother's side he's German. Okay.
And she's Catholic German, right?
And she's Catholic German, precisely. Yes. So he's got the engineering bent, but also the aesthetic, artistic sense of the Phoenicians. Okay, fine. There's all kinds of fake history around Apple writ large, and the role of Apple basically as a place to outsource all of the chips and to basically have all the chips in China. Right? So
Yep.
we have all the chips over in China. They produce our phones with their slaves. We get the phones. They, of course, load all the spyware on there. Right? That's the whole China-America alliance, which is like the modern world. And of course, there are weird Israelis that pop up in different ways and hack the iCloud and all the rest of it. Fine. So Steve Jobs, you know, has this, you know, this life basically where he is a boomer running around, you know, partying with Israelis and others, like banging people he shouldn't be banging, whatever. And he's eventually forced out of the company, which we all know this story that he's forced out. But what we don't understand is why he's brought back in, and he's brought back in as a kind of deep state play to take back over Apple. And ultimately, he takes over Apple and he sort of installs various British spies. One of them is Johnny Ive, who, of course, everyone's heard of. Johnny Ive's family has all kinds of weird intelligence connections with the British. And Apple becomes a kind of joint American-British project, but with Chinese slaves making the phones and being loaded up with spyware. The CHIPS Act basically breaks that. And because, and it was sort of like trending in that direction for a while, that we had all this China problem, this China exposure issue. This is ultimately why Carl Icahn sold his position, by the way, in Apple. You know, he of course got Steve Jobs, or excuse me, he got Tim Cook to buy a lot more of the stock back, right? Because they just basically had shitloads of cash on their balance sheets. Because Apple is basically becoming a bank, right, for all intents and purposes.
So is Tim Cook good or bad?
Well, Tim Cook is useful for what his job is. His job is to be a logistics person. And obviously the people who are the best logistics people in the world are all criminals.
Have they flipped him like they did Steve
well,
Jobs?
Of course. Yeah, Apple is extremely deep state. Yes. The way to think about it is
like the number one stock that's held by Congress members and people in the Senate and stuff like that.
Yes.
The number one.
Well, Apple,
stock.
Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Meta are all basically the five kingdoms of our time. So Meta is Chisriel, you know, Lakud with Sheryl Sandberg and all of that. She, of course, is kicked out, replaced by Nick Clegg, who's Labourite British. MI6, okay, she's removed. So Facebook, you know, Mark Zuckerberg can fuck around in the metaverse for all we care, but the person who runs Facebook's global operations, which touch everyone basically everyone other than the Chinese on the planet, is Nick Clegg, who is the liberal, you know, the Lib Dem leader in the UK. Then we have We have, of course, Amazon. We've talked about this before. Jeff Bezos worked for a CIA front, D.E. Shaw. Jeff Bezos' grandfather was the number 4 at what became ARPA, was involved in the Atomic Energy Committee. He's deep state par excellence, okay? His stepfather was a CIA asset. You know, he's gotten the contracts from the CIA for AWS. We then have Google. Google starts as a kind of Russian, Jewish, Chinese project with Sergey Brin, Larry Page. Some U.S. deep state intelligence work, because the U.S. deep state wants to track everyone and everyone's behavior on the internet. They discover cookies and ads are a good way to track everyone's behavior. So they sort of like allow that business to be built. It gets too big, it gets too compromised under the Eric Schmidt tenure. And now we're in an environment in which it's controlled by a bureaucratic Indian who's super helpful to the US deep state. And Google Cloud is being stood up as an alternative to AWS, which of course, given that lots of our government data is increasingly being put on the cloud, we needed a competitor to AWS that wasn't Oracle, which is compromised by the Israelis with Larry Ellison and all that. Safra Katz, of course, being an Israeli citizen.
Why doesn't our government want us to know this stuff? I mean, I think you give us so much valuable information, and I'm so grateful to it because we need to understand this. And
I think a lot of people do know this stuff in DC in general.
Yeah, in DC, but I'm talking about the rest of the American
Well, I think
society.
The DC attitude is to basically there's an attitude in general to husband information that a lot of people in Northern Virginia have in general because of how they're trained, and to not explain these things to the larger public. And I think this is a huge error because it leads to lots of conflicts.
Well, you're really good at this, and I'm very grateful to you because, I mean, I want to know these things, and I feel like I have to stay up all night long and wait for you to come on Twitter so I can learn them. I mean,
well, there's a lot of things I think people can learn on their own, right? So, like,
but
there's
how,
a process.
where? We don't know where to go.
Well,
look.
you can research these people, right? They're human beings.
But then you tell me sometimes, oh, that's not right. You know
yeah, I mean, look, you get it. You get a lot of things right. Just you get like an 80% or a good enough account of a lot of things, right? But
I hope so.
But there's a lot of things where you have to understand that, like, a lot of businesses are allowed to operate by Uncle Sam because there's no other alternative at that moment. Okay. So,
well, is there a question that I can like ask myself that would like, when you
should ask yourself, like, is this person trapped in this role because Uncle Sam wants them trapped in that role?
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay. So, like, is John Huntsman a good guy or a bad guy? Politics is, as Milton Friedman said, about getting bad men to do good things, not getting good people to do good things. So a lot of politics, and a lot of corporate America for that matter, is there are lots of people who are imprisoned in certain roles. They're forced by Uncle Sam to do certain things. Right? So the way I've come to understand the Cook family is I think, like, Tim Cook being of a logistics family that is criminal. Like, I don't think that's wrong. I think your accounting is correct.
I grew up with him.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, right? But the mob has always had relationships with the U.S. deep state, particularly when it comes to moving goods, right?
Right. Well, that's what I read, but I just don't understand how that works exactly, and it's good. I mean, I get confused on it.
Think about how much technical infrastructure goes into building an iPhone, right? And, like, you share all these details about yourself on your iPhone. There's all this stuff on your iPhone about you that is deeply intimate, deeply personal, right? So every nation in the world is going to want access to your iPhone, right? Because you're snitching on yourself. Like, why even hire a confidential informant to go after data, right? Why even, so because you'd basically rat yourself out. That's what Pegasus is about. That's what the NSA bulk collection program is about, right? Yep. So this idea that you have privacy on these phones is insane. Like, we all kind of know that. We don't want to talk about it because it's awkward, right? Because we don't like the idea that basically we're basically informing on ourselves constantly on our phones. But we all know that to be true, and especially we know that on Twitter, given all the stuff that we've kind of learned about Twitter over time.
But haven't the phones always been that way even before the internet?
Oh, of course.
Even our home phones?
Of course. So
nothing's changed, really.
Nothing's changed. It's just a question of degree. not in kind, right? So that's the key aspect. And that'll be increasingly true. I mean, that's true of all the satellites above us. That'll be true of all the genetic sequencers. So ultimately, why facial recognition will win out against the naysayers. The question, of course, is who will control the facial recognition? Who will control the genetic stuff? Right now, it's very Chinese and Israeli. But ultimately, it'll be turned American or British or some combination of the two. Because that's just how it works. It has to work that way.
Well, I need to share a picture. I'll go find it of Tim Cook in high school. He had an afro just like Sam Bankman-Fried. It's pretty funny.
I'd love to come down at some point. I'd
skinny.
love to come down and interview people about Tim Cook, because I think Tim Cook is
His sister
actually
still lives here.
like I think Apple has had a second founding under Tim Cook, and I think he's actually like even more important to the history of Apple in a lot of ways than Steve Jobs. I think Steve Jobs is kind of the fake person we're supposed to focus on, much like we're supposed to focus a lot on Bill Gates and the creation of Microsoft, but not on Steve Ballmer. And that's very strange to me, you know.
Come on down.
It's also interesting to me too how like a lot of the mobsters I've known over the years like really like Tim Cook, because they clearly know something, right? Yes. There's clearly some history there that's kind of very important. But anyway, the point I wanted to make, the sort of like final point I wanted to make on the tech companies is, you know, Microsoft is basically in trouble, and I've written about this at my Substack, talking about the Activision deal. You saw that the UK authorities blocked that today, which effectively means it's dead. And, you know, Activision was backed by who? Steve Wynn, who's a proxy for the Chinese mob and the sort of mob generally. Big Trump donor, big, you know, Republican committee donor. U.S. government says he's a spy for the Chinese, right? Of course, we've talked about that. And he was a big backer of Activision. And Bobby Kotick, of course, dated Sheryl Sandberg. And if you'll recall, you know, there's all these people like Barry Diller, who, of course, is behind IAC, which is also involved with all the casinos, with the MGM, and also with Tinder, right? There's sort of all these questions about Barry Diller generally. And they, of course, got in trouble for insider trading the Microsoft stock ahead of the Activision deal. And so what's happening right now is the neo-Brandeisians, right? Lena Khan, who was born in London. Of course, nobody even pays attention to the fact that this Pakistani woman, like basically Pakistani-American woman, was born in London, okay, and ascended all the way at the tender age of 33, 34, to being the chair of the FTC, okay? So, like, pay attention to that. That's weird, right? You don't hear of too many millennials being put in these kind of positions, okay? So she is, of course, restricting all of these deeply compromised companies from being acquired, being merged, what have you. She did it with Grail and Illumina. Grail, of course, being a massively Chinese-funded company, and Illumina, you know, being a deep state project that was ultimately taken over by the Chinese in the 2016 period. And if you could see the fight that Carl Icahn is having, that's very, very important to understand. Okay, that story is very important to understand. So the point I was going to make just generally is, so we have Meta. Meta was Israeli, now it's British. We have Amazon, which is basically WASP CIA. It's now become Jewish CIA. We of course also have Microsoft, which is basically Israeli and Chinese, and having all kinds of problems, right? Which we could kind of go into. Microsoft seems like it's in serious trouble, which is, I think, ultimately why you have to bet against OpenAI. And then if you look at all of the CIA people who've been hired at Google, I think Google has very much become a kind of U.S. deep state project. It's been turned by the U.S. intelligence community. And indeed, you can kind of see that with people like Peter Thiel and others. They were funding people like Josh Hawley to go and sue, you know, Google, right, to go after them on antitrust grounds. Of course, you know, because Peter didn't want everyone focusing on Facebook, where he was on the board and no longer on the board, of course. And so, yeah, those are kind of the kingdoms as we kind of understand them. And obviously, Apple is trying to diversify its supply chain, so it's no longer reliant on the Chinese. They're, of course, trying to put a base of operations in India. And as I mentioned to you before, you know, Apple is very is very British and Chinese and American. It's sort of a joint project of those three places. And I think increasingly it's going to be just British and American and Indian or Southeast Asian, because the Chinese can't be trusted for all the reasons we've gone into. But yeah, those are kind of how I kind of assess these companies. And of course, that has all kinds of determinants for like how these companies are gonna go. That's going to be a very important thing to kind of understand as we kind of go through these companies one by one. And I think when you're looking at, if you're an investor, right, you have some of these companies in your portfolio, obviously do your own research, right? It's not investment advice, but I do think you can learn an awful lot about which companies are going to do well, which ones will be favored by the U.S. deep state, by other countries' deep states, right? Because there are other countries that have deep states that play in our system, like the British, like the French, to some extent the Chinese even still have all kinds of ties with our companies. But that's kind of what's going on. And, we talked a lot about Silicon Valley Bank, how it's not really a bank. We've sort of done that before in other spaces. I've written about that on the Substack. You can see First Republic Bank, we're going to have a lot of banks over the next few months that are going to go under, particularly the ones that are more China compromised. And what we're facing right now is we're facing a massive bubble in this sort of commercial real estate space. So a lot of the sort of like Kushner Jews or Trump Jews that were basically taking money from China and doing all these real estate deals in our major cities for commercial real estate, they're all seriously underwater. And many of the banks that lent them money and participated in all of that, they're also underwater. So you're going to see a huge downturn there. And that's going to have all kinds of interesting effects for our politics. Many of us are increasingly working from home, right? That is having interesting effects as well on our cities, where we live, all the rest of it. So we're in a period right now that is being swept. And yeah, somebody mentioned earlier, the Pentagon cancels Microsoft Jedi contract. Yeah, that's precisely what I was talking about earlier. You'll recall that Jeff Bezos got hacked during the Jeff Bezos was basically banging that woman who's now his new paramour. You guys know what I'm talking about? What was her name? The Hispanic chick. You guys remember what I'm talking about here? Maybe the one who was like Sanchez, I think her name is.
But he married her.
Did he marry her? I didn't think he married her as yet.
Well, they dated a long time.
Yeah, she's his sort of partner or lover or whatever. I don't know what you're supposed to call them. Your paramour. Whatever the term is for the person that you are with that you don't marry after your wife, that's what she is to Bezos. Okay. Whatever that term is, because you're a moron if you get married again after getting divorced if you're a billionaire. Just sorry, like it's a fact. It's ridiculous.
I agree with you.
And many times when people get married multiple times when they're billionaires, it's really a way that they can move assets, which is kind of, I think, what's going on with Rupert Murdoch.
And they're getting paid to do it through a, what do you call it, a prenup.
Yeah, there's a prenup. There's all kinds of like weird setups there. When you see these dudes who've been married like 6 or 7 or 8 times, like they're moving assets, right?
But if you're super rich, you should get a belt. I mean, you should sign one.
No, look, you should not get married again. If you're mega rich, you should not get married again.
I understand.
Because most prenups can be invalidated in a heartbeat anyway.
Not in Alabama.
No, I mean, it's really a function of, can you find a politically connected judge to invalidate a prenup?
Right.
And of course
in Alabama,
you can.
They've got each other's back. That's all.
Because all a judge is a lawyer with political connections.
Right.
So, we've been lied to about like there's all this ideological assessments and analysis and about what a judge is. That's a whole Federalist Society bullshit. Like that's not real. Right? All judges are, just like all attorneys generals are, all lawyers, right, are basically all these people who are lawyers in positions of power are just lawyers with political connections. That's it.
And in mob connections.
Sometimes they have mob connections. Sometimes they have both, right? But all they are, that's all they are. And we've allowed ourselves over the years to be kind of bamboozled by people who will be like, tell you their judicial philosophy. And it's like, no, that's not how this really works, right? Like we had better judges when we had judges that were politically savvy. Right, that's kind of what Oliver Wendell Holmes was really getting at, and this is kind of like why you actually want a living constitution, because you want a judge to use their own political judgments and assessments of the macro politics before they make decisions, which of course they would anyway. The Constitution is not a suicide pact or not. And this is, of course, what's happening with Justice Thomas right now. So Justice Thomas is being roughed up by ProPublica, which is the deep state publication, and they're sort of showing how compromised he is. Now people are like, Charles, why are they doing that? Are they trying to force Justice Thomas for retiring? It's like, au contraire. What they're trying to do is make an example of Justice Thomas, who they know will never retire, right? They're doing that to send an example to all the other justices. And indeed, you see that with, I mean, they're all like this. It's all degrees of varying levels of corruption, right? None of them are as blatant as Thomas, with Harlan Crow, who, it turns out also has citizenship of St. Kitts and Nevis, right? So there's a lot of these kind of global oligarchs who've got multiple citizenships, right? Just in case they want to leave us for a hotter, younger country, right? Or, a more tax-free country. So that's what's really going on in a lot of this stuff, right? Is that we have a sort of situation where we have a lot of these mobster types, and they don't so much try to, they don't, like I said recently, middle class people go to court, right? Or upper middle class people, really, or even upper class people. But mega wealthy people own the court. They control what court cases are ever even brought, right? And that's, of course, what the conservative legal tradition's been about. And obviously, the mob has had its interests in controlling the courts. So they've kind of pursued a dual strategy. So one strategy is talking about the social issues, which gets a lot of people who are of religious minds voting for those parties. But the real purpose of a Supreme Court, the real purpose of control of the attorney generals, is to basically control the economic affairs of our country and to basically support a lot of mobbed up activity in our larger economy. So you could see this with the FTC, right? The FTC used to approve basically any merger, right? You could see this with the decision in the 1980s to essentially not enforce antitrust laws anymore. And that we're very much living in that moment today, until the Lena Khans of the world are basically going after these illegal mergers, many of which are foreign compromise operations. So like the way it used to work is China would go compromise a Microsoft, right? They'd get like Bill Gates banging someone he shouldn't have banged, or Sergey Brin doing drugs or whatever. And then what they would do is they'd strongly encourage those guys to acquire one of the companies that they had invested in, right? And then that they'd do is they'd get stock of this larger company that was critically important for the economy. Sometimes they'd borrow against that stock using compromised banks, right? And that's how they would finance a lot of their espionage operations within the United States. And this is indeed well known in the intel world. Like people talk about this. It's a thing, right? So so that's sort of how to understand what's going on. And increasingly, our intelligence services, as well as the British and Australian ones, and the French are also playing, are basically cleaning up a lot of these compromised bits of our society. That's kind of where we are on this. And it's pretty rough, to put it mildly. Anyway, I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts they want to chime in. I know we have a lot of people in the space. If they have anything they want to add or message or whatever, I'll probably do this for another 20 minutes or so. But as luck would have it, I'm actually meeting with some people around the FTC tomorrow to talk about various compromised companies that are being acquired or not acquired or whatever. And we're kind of going into that detail. I probably shouldn't talk about this in an open space, but I think it's important to talk about. By the way, if you're somebody who hasn't spoken in my spaces before, probably best to just message me about what you want to say, particularly when I can't necessarily read your tweets, because I want to be mindful that I don't have some crank up here. Not that cranks aren't fun. Cranks can often be a lot of fun, but probably not at 2:30 in the morning.
What was the name of the cult leader that the Apple was based on that you had mentioned earlier?
Oh, his name is Robert Friedland. Yeah, I'll put some stuff up on him in the Jumbotron. Hold on one second.
Okay, cool.
So
I'd be very interested.
He's in Singapore. He's of Canadian stock. And very interesting dude. He's a Jewish Canadian. He's about 72 years old. He's a billionaire in his own right. I believe he was born in Chicago, but he is an American. He's a Canadian mostly, and yeah, here I'll post him in the Jumbotron so people can have it. And he was very, very close with Steve Jobs. By the way, whenever you're reading any books about these things, think about who Walter Isaacson is, what he's allowed to talk about, and what he's allowed to report and do. So anytime you're reading a book, you're reading a product that people are trying to sell you a certain version of somebody, right? And that's the real story, right? So you have to read these books like much more carefully than you're kind of used to reading, because they are oftentimes done with the permission of the subject, right? So that's a very important detail to understand. Let's see here. Where is that? Robert Friedlander. He's given some great speeches over the years too, by the way. He's sort of somebody to kind of focus on in that way. He's very close with the Saudis too, just in case you're wondering, those of you who are wondering. And he's of course very close with the Chinese, being in Singapore and everything. He's one of these people that kind of exists in between the spaces of the global order.
Would you talk a little bit about the latest Substack you did today on Saudi Arabia? I thought it was really cool and very interesting, and would love to hear more on it.
I mean, so my basic read on the Saudis, and I see that we actually have some Saudi friends of mine in the space, so good to see you guys, I guess. So my basic read on this is that, I'll share it up in the Jumbotron so people can see it for themselves. And I wrote two pieces today, one about Steven Crowder, which we've kind of already talked about, and the other one is about Saudi Arabia generally. So Saudi Arabia is an extremely important country for obvious reasons. And my theory of the case about Saudi Arabia is that much of what we understand about Saudi Arabia comes through the filter of countries that want to make it difficult for the United States to actually do business with the Saudis, or to basically have an alliance with the Saudis. So yes, it is terrible that they murdered this Khashoggi character, Jamal Khashoggi. But of course, when you understand that Jamal Khashoggi was the nephew of Adnan Khashoggi, one of the great arms traders, right? And when you understand that there's a sort of fight, a struggle, a power struggle, if you will, over Saudi Arabia and how Saudi Arabia is going to be governed, that sort of colors a lot more of this. And my assessment of it is that basically the Saudis have millennial leadership, and there's these generational dynamics going on. And that we are actually being unduly critical of the Saudis because it's much easier to kind of condemn them for the butchering of Khashoggi than talking about other assassination programs. And I talk about the Israeli assassination program. I might have talked about the Turkish one. I think I might do that in another piece, like the real Turkey, which of course is timely given what's going on with Erdogan's health. But basically my contention is the world is a much stabler place when the British powers, basically the AUKUS powers, Australia, America, and the UK, are in alliance with the Gulfy states. And when we basically cut out the Israelis, the Chinese, the Russians from the conversation. And I think Obama tried to achieve some of this with the Iran deal. It sort of didn't quite work. It didn't quite get it done. Which is kind of my frame on it. It sort of didn't get the job done. And so a lot of the way we interact with Ukraine, with Russia, with Saudi Arabia, a lot of the way we interact with them is not direct nation to nation, but through the prism of a lot of Israeli human sources and a lot of Israeli relationships. Now, of course, this is all changing as we enter a world in which, like, we have all these satellites operational, in which the NSA is preeminent, right, in terms of our security apparatus. We've all seen, there's this federal informant versus that federal informant in the FBI or DHS or DEA. And obviously a lot of those operations are coming into disrepute, given that a lot of the people who are in those organizations are much more compromised. So that would be kind of the frame that I would have on it. I think Saudi Arabia just generally, it is a backward place, right? Like let's be honest about this, right? But it's always been a backward place. And I sort of go into the history of FDR's relationship with the King of Saudi Arabia and how Saudi is extremely important to the national security and has been basically in the post-war period. And that's true now too. And that we're really running a risk of basically forcing the Saudis, Mohammed bin Salman in particular, into the arms of the Russians, the Chinese, and so forth. And I think as interest rates have risen, it becomes much harder for him to do the kind of weird construction stuff that he's been doing in Neom and various other parts of Saudi Arabia. And that really we should try to, basically build a better relationship with the Saudis. And that maybe this is a key thing of global stability. We're, of course, doing that with the Emiratis, and I think that's important. And certainly we've done that with the Qataris. But I think that this is the thing that's remaining in Biden's presidency. And I think if Biden can basically go to Saudi Arabia and build a strong alliance with them, that he can basically, he will, I think he's going to win re-election anyway, but I think he can really win re-election. He can just crush all of his opponents. And I think the Korea-Japan deal earlier that he's negotiated, I think that that's very important. And so we're going to see kind of more of these things in the near term. That's kind of it in a nutshell. I put it up in the Substack or in the Jumbotron. People can read it for themselves, draw their own conclusions, disagree, whatever. But I wanted to kind of give voice to those kind of arguments. And some people sent me some writing on Saudi Arabia. It sort of incorporated some of that. I wanted to sort of talk about it as well. I've been invited to Saudi Arabia. I don't know as yet if I'm going to go. I may be barred from doing it by the U.S. government, and so I won't. It's unclear at the moment if I'll be allowed to go, which is unfortunate because I kind of want to see it for myself. Any other thoughts, Chadigal? Anybody else?
Yeah, I just remember like last time I really had heard anything about Saudi Arabia, I think it was back in 20.
I don't want to hog it. Oh, go ahead. I see Chadigal.
2017. Oh, sorry. Yeah, last time I heard about Saudi Arabia, I think it was in like 2017. I think I was like reading some like U.S. propaganda or something. Is it true that they have a place called like Chop Chop Square where they like cut people's heads off in public or something like that? Is it just like a Western kind of propagandist fun narrative or whatever? To try to kind of...
Say that again. I'm not quite sure I understood it.
Oh, I'd heard something about how there's this place called like Chop Chop Square or something like that in Saudi Arabia where they'll like
look, they're a barbarous place. Like they execute people using. Typically the way it works is they have this sort of situation where they have capital punishment there, and in particular they execute people usually by beheading. Okay, and the way it works typically is you commit, like, let's say you murdered somebody, okay? And, shouldn't have done that, Chadigal. We've arrested you. Don't murder people. And what will happen is you will pay some nominal amount of money to the family of the people that you murdered, right? Because you did a crime against them, okay? And you will pay this as a way of, your family will pay the victim's family, right, as a way of saving your life, okay? Mm-hmm. So, but what ends up happening a lot of the times is that blood money is not paid, and those people are executed in the town square. Now,
gotcha.
I'm not a fan of this, obviously, though I do have to say I do find that like mass incarceration, I think is actually pretty inhumane as well. I think if we're honest about it, I think many people would probably prefer being executed on some level than being mass incarcerated. I know I personally would. If I was looking at a life sentence, I'd probably rather be executed. Hard to say. I don't know. But of course, many life sentences are effectively not life sentences because of how these things work. So, but yes, that's how their system works. I'm not defending it. Obviously, they adhere. Their code is a strict form of Islam, right? If you're a shopkeeper, they chop off your hands, or you're a shoplifter, they chop off your hands. So it's not a Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not something that shares our values, right? But obviously, there are lots of countries that we interact with and deal with that are savage, right? Um, One could make the case that the Chinese, with their roving suicide vans that they dispense to execute prisoners, are also quite barbarous, right? One could make the case about a number of countries. And I think what's interesting to me is that I think Saudi Arabia is kind of singled out for a lot of these weird issues because one, it's a closed country, right? So you can't go there without the permission of the people who run it. So it's not like you hear people like vacationing in Saudi Arabia or whatever. That's kind of like not a thing that happens. And two, I think it has a lot to do with the millennial character of the leadership there. That it's very hard for a lot of other countries to assess and analyze him. And we have a kind of problem with millennial leadership generally in politics, right? You saw the prime minister of Finland got kicked out, as did the chancellor in Austria. So that's the sort of frame that I think will be useful. And I see my friend Andy is here. Andy's sort of well versed in the Middle East, and is a good friend. So yeah, go ahead, Andy, if you have something you want to add.
Sure. Well, I was going to say that, some of these things have actually radically changed. There are now tourist visas. Yeah, before you needed an official invite. And
That's right. That's right. Yep. Yeah. No, you should tell people about the progress that Saudi Arabia is making, because I think that's important. That sort of happened in the last few years. So yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
it's an unrecognizable place from everyone who's been there and spent time there from just even a decade ago, right? There's essentially what the Crown Prince has been leading, all towards the goal of Saudi Vision 2030, is really a complete cultural revolution in a way. I know it's a loaded term, but it is a revolution in their culture, right? The woman driving is a big one, but there's just massive changes in their connections to the outside world and everything. And this is all being pushed from the very, very top. Things like music concerts, just massive changes there. And I can talk about this for a very, very long time, but
I think one of the cool things about a dictatorship, not to like defend dictatorship necessarily, but I think one of the cool things about it is that if you have a liberally minded reformer, right, as a dictator, you can actually change a lot of things very, very quickly, right? Because they can just give the orders and those things will just be done, right? Um, and I think it's much obviously harder to make quick decisions in a sort of democratic system, and there are pluses and minuses to that, obviously. But remember, the founders were of the view that benevolent despot is actually the form of government you want the most, but we just couldn't trust that would be a regular thing. So that's why we sort of had to have a Republican form of government, small r Republican form of government.
Well, and if I could add one more thing too about
yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Past barbarism, this kind of idea about it, their leadership really has had to play a balancing act, right? There was a giant terrorist attack in their history where some people, people call their leadership radical, but people who were far more radical than they were took over Mecca. So these are massive changes, and like I said, it's a big balancing act. And also look at the countries in the region. Turkey is a great example of their original leader making massive societal changes. It didn't work so well in Iran or Pakistan, and so Saudis, they're really into history. This is all next to them, so they're figuring out how they can definitely change. Maybe it'll take some time. We'll see if 2030 how different it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I actually think there's something to it, and I think in many respects, I think we've sort of allowed the Saudis to be scapegoated, which is unfortunate. I'm not obviously defending the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, but like he was a fan of Bin Laden. Like, let's be honest about that, right? He did write about that, did speak about it, and I think the evidence is much more complicated. We have this sort of desire a lot of the time to reduce a lot of these conflicts into good guys versus bad guys, and I think that that's just kind of the wrong frame on a lot of these things. So yeah, I think I take your point. Andy, you're in Turkey now, right?
That's right.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on what just happened with Erdogan?
I really have no idea about anything local. I was asleep when it happened. I'm just a guest here.
That's right. Yep. Don't get Andy in trouble. Andy's a good person. Turkey, he has no opinions on Turkey, just the rest of the Middle East while he's in Turkey.
100%.
100%. I've got to go visit you there when I'm there this summer, when I go to Turkey. And, if you're around, we should meet up while I'm there. But yeah, I mean, look, I happen to think that UAE, Saudi, Qatar. So first of all, I think they're the places that all have liquidity right now. And I think that they're very important countries. And I think they've been taken advantage of by a lot of the flim-flam tech people who are full of shit. And it's sort of Gen X exploiting the millennial leaders in these places. So I'm, of course, opposed to that in all sorts of ways. But yeah. Anything else you wanted to add, Andy?
No, I'm good for now. Just wanted to add that little context there.
What did you think of the piece I wrote on Saudi?
I mean, I think look, I'm only observing from afar, but I'm observing a lot. The times I've wanted to go there, something would always come up. But from what I understood, it seems very, very accurate. And in my conversations from people from there, I think they understand the sentiment. I mean, the way of building consensus in these kind of places is really top down, and it's very careful, right? Because you can't just say that you disagree with, say, I mean, look, another regional one over there, right? Like, you can't just say that, hey, what's going on with, say, this Abraham Accords thing? There's only one public option of opinion there. That's this one case. So, right, when consensus and things come out, it sometimes comes a little slower and in private conversations.
I think that's right. I think we're sort of used to more open societies of people saying what they believe, and people sort of talk around issues there as opposed to here. Does anyone else have any final thoughts? I'm going to close it down in about 10 minutes or so. Dana, is there anything else you want to ask?
I thought it was weird listening to the Steven Crowder guy when he was explaining himself, when he kept referring to the fact that his state is allowing his wife to get a divorce. Like, we can't just get a divorce because we're not happy anymore. I mean, I don't know. I'm really kind of getting concerned about that a man gets to decide everything for us as women.
Well,
I
it's
hear
kind of the whole
a
point
lot of
about
this
marriage, right?
noise
Is
from the
the
same
marriage isn't just like
group of this
between the
type
man
of
and the
age,
woman, right?
and kind of freaks me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, this idea of this like liberalized marriage that you have is
Does
like
that
a
make sense
relatively
to
new
you?
concept. Can you hear me, Dana?
I don't think Dana can hear Chadigal.
I can't hear Chadical. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so I guess I will. Let me just make Chadigal's point. So Chadigal is making the case that this sort of like liberalized notion of no fault divorce has a lot of costs associated with it, which is I certainly think is true vis-a-vis when it comes to children. Um,
Yeah, but a lot of men cheat and a lot of men leave their wives. I've watched it my entire career, and they
sure.
leave for the younger wife, and the wife has
It's
5
like
kids, and they don't pay
70%
child
of
support, and they
divorces
don't
are
do shit to
initiated by the
take care of
female.
them. And I just find it bizarre that I just women. I don't hear women say,
I do think it's no. So
they can't have the right
Chadigal's
to leave
point.
me.
Hold on. Chadigal's point is I think fair, which is that like 70% of divorces are initiated by women. I'm not a I'm
Come
not sure.
on, because they get beaten or killed.
Listen, I'm not. Look,
I wish I
listen.
could hear you, Chadical. I really would love to
You
hear what you
don't.
got to
Can you hear
say.
me now?
Here's what I would say. Can you hear him now, Dana?
Can you hear me now?
I think I did hear something. Yes, I hear you,
Okay.
Chadical.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem though, is that like 70% of divorces are initiated by the woman. And the things that they cite are that they don't like feel fulfilled in the relationship, or like that things like aren't as aren't as fun as they were at the beginning of it. And that's kind of like the problem with life, is that like people get old. Like, you know, you're not going to enjoy fucking your wife when when your husband is 50 and like you were 50 as you did like when you were like 18. That's kind of just like what happens.
I would like to see that. I would like to see
Yeah,
that
just
article or whatever
Google
proof of that, because
percentage of divorces initiated by women, and it
I
pops
don't
up
know
at
that we need.
70%.
Let me put it a little differently, though. I think you're maybe onto something, Chadigal, but I think even like looking at the percentages doesn't tell the whole story. So
I
you
just
know,
don't believe it, because I see all men leaving their wives for a younger woman. I have seen women leave their husbands. I'm not saying that's
How
not
old are you,
true,
Dana?
but to the percentage, no,
Wait, but how old are
absolutely
you?
not.
I think it's very different of the younger generations of
Yes, completely.
divorces than it is the older
I
ones.
know a ton of
Maybe
30-year-old
so, but
women who are
So
divorced now, and
I'll
they
just
all
tell you, like
initiated it.
my wife told me. So like just in personal experience, my wife told me Christmas Eve, 2017, she didn't want to be married anymore after we'd had a child, and
and I'm
then
not saying it doesn't happen, Charles.
no,
I'm
but
just
hold on,
saying the
let me just
overall.
explain. Let me just explain what I want to say about this, because I'm generally in favor of no fault divorce. Like I think people should have the right to do these kind of things. But it is very strange to me that like I can set up a business contract with somebody in a business relationship, and there's all these rules about arbitration, there are all these rules about dissolving the partnership, how it should work, and all the rest of it. But in divorce law, you can basically just be like, "No, I'm done. Peace." And I do think that there's a problem with that, right? So historically, it used to be that like the way to stop men from leaving their wives was to basically assign children to the men, right? So that they would be less inclined to do that kind of thing, right? Because the men didn't want to necessarily have the kids, right, with them when they're moving on to their next wife. I also think, in general, that the marriage customs are very different state to state, region to region, and that we sort of have this sort of attitude that we can have one size fits all approaches for all kinds of institutions where people pair up together. And one of the reasons I was kind of more broadly supportive of gay marriage, right, relative to maybe other people, was I thought that it would lead to kind of more changes in how divorce law works or how marriage law works. And right now, I think it's very complicated, right? There's lots of examples of people taken advantage of through alimony laws. There's very different rules around all this stuff. You can have a prenup, as I did, and if you get the right judge, right, the judge will just throw it out, which is the case in California. So there are lots of examples of these kind of things that are real, that are real problems. And that's not to say that like you know, I think whenever you're dealing with human beings, I think the real issue with Steven Crowder isn't so much the issue of his wife, it's the fact that he's actually a homosexual. And, he's admitted bisexual or had a bisexual phase, which, whatever, we can pretend that bisexuality among men is a common thing. It's usually a cover for somebody being gay. And, I watched his show today, and there's like, all of these kind of like gay jokes about it. He's like, he dresses in drag all the time to quote unquote own the libs. It's all very strange stuff. And I think the real reason he's getting a divorce is probably because he's gay.
And that's
And
a
he's
fair reason
embarrassed.
for a woman to want to leave her husband, and vice versa if a man wants to
100%.
leave his
100,
wife, right?
100%. And I think that we don't really know. We have Steven's account, we don't have her account, right? And let's also remember that they both got married. They say they didn't have sex before they were married. They were very religious, right? And they got married very young, right? And that can place its own strains on a marriage in and of itself. So I don't think it's any of our business, why Steven Crowder's getting married, getting divorced, getting whatever.
Totally
He
agree.
has made his personal life a matter of some public concern or whatever. But it was clearly used. The piece I wrote today was about how, the Daily Wire basically used the fact that he was getting divorced in the contract, in a negotiation to basically harm his reputation among his sort of conservative, audience. And I think I also think people have a right to be hypocrites, right? Which is something that we could also talk about, which is, he could be a gay man who still nevertheless thinks that divorce is wrong, right? And I've talked to a lot of evangelicals in the last few years, and there's a whole lot of women that will marry gay men, right, and have children with these gay men. I mean, the Schlapps come to mind, right? So there's a long tradition of women who don't necessarily like want to fuck their husbands, right, or have a sexual relationship, right? They get married to a gay man who's considerate and kind and all these other things, isn't necessarily
And
down to.
sadly, that's where I think religion interferes wrongly into relationship, because I'm just going to say, if you want to marry somebody for the rest of your life, and I'll have to say, Nick Fuentes is right. When you get married, it's usually for the rest of your life. Usually, right? That's what you hope for. So I hope you have sex before you get married with the person you want to be with. Don't live with
Well,
them, maybe,
there's
but
lots of
spend a night, play
look.
pretend, and see if you like it.
There are lots and lots of lavender marriages. Okay, that's a thing that happens a lot among elite society people, where the husband is gay and the wife is a lesbian.
But sex is science, so I believe that you should test it out before you commit.
I'm just saying there's a lot.
Children is a commitment, right?
I happen to agree with you, right? So I share your views on this, right? But their attitude, so the attitude of a lot of these religious people's arguments would be, for most people, getting married young and marrying while you're a virgin, that you'll just work it out over time, right? This is the argument that's often offered. I don't really believe this is true for most people. I certainly don't think it's possible in the modern age where there's all this distraction and other things. I think it was a very different world when you basically didn't have lots of choice, right? Where there weren't lots and lots of people available where you could identify them, through the internet or whatever, who'd have sex with you nearby. And I think the world was a very different place, back when, you met somebody from church and you had basically quasi-arranged relationships. I don't know that it was necessarily a better place, right? I don't know. But I do agree with you, like watching that video, it was kind of a weird video to watch, because it was kind of like, I don't believe in divorce, I don't whatever, but the law is such that my wife can divorce me, and that's really sad. And he's like worried about his children. Well, his children, were born in 2021. So like they will have, if they get divorced now, they will have no memory of their parents being married, right?
Right.
And in some respects, I think he actually, a major reason I ended up getting divorced with a child, and trying to get it done quickly and amicably, and even like giving my ex-wife more resources even after we were married, because you want your child to be taken care of, and you want your ex-wife to be happy with you, right? So that they don't hurt your relationship with your children. And so I think when he's sort of airing these things out in public in the way he is, I think it's a very like undignified way of doing it. And I think it's also just like, it's unfair to his ex-wife, or soon to be ex-wife. It's unfair to his children. And it's really just kind of an unfair way of dealing with this. But he is an ideological person, right? He has this sort of like ideological commitments, which he doesn't necessarily live up to, which is, whatever, like a lot of us fall short of our ideals. But I do think to me, the real story here is how the Daily Wire leveraged his personal failings, or his personal problems, in a contract dispute with them. And that's illegal, right? In most states, like you're not allowed to do that kind of thing.
Oh, I think he should totally go after somebody trying to blackmail him. And that's where I feel for him. But then I didn't feel the part that I mentioned. I mean,
I think he should have been more charitable, but it is an emotional topic to talk about your personal life with your audience.
Well, I've always had I came up with an idea I feel was kind of healthy as far as a divorce with children. And I believe that if you are going to commit to getting married, that's one thing, and you want to get a divorce and you don't have children, I don't care which either side wants to do it for whatever reason. If you want to get out, you should get out. But if you bring children into it, okay, you know how I've watched this over the years with so many people, my own family, my immediate family, and members of my family extended, divorce and what it's done to children. And so what I watch are these kids that when the parents divorce, they're carrying these massive, books and book bags on their back every other weekend from one house to another. Then if they wear uniforms, or they don't, because even public schools wear uniforms, they forget a coat, they forget their pants, or they forget a shirt, or, it's all on the kids. And it just is heartbreaking to see the balancing act that a child emotionally has to deal with the parents divorcing, with whatever,
Yeah, so I
significance of the
generally
divorce.
yeah, so I have a different view on this
Well,
than
hold on,
most
I'm not
people.
finished, because this is
Yeah,
where I
yeah,
was
go ahead.
heading with it. Instead of the kids going back and forth, if you get married and you have kids and you bought a house, the kids get to stay in that house. You have to fucking give up every other weekend. And then you have to come back to that
I
house to
agree
stay
with
with your
this. So,
kids.
by the way, I agree with this 100%.
Well,
So,
I
my
have tried to see people to see if they'd like it and turn it into a law, because the kids deserve the consistency. The
I agree with you
parents
100%.
messed
And
up.
I also think that we all require our parents at different ages of our life. So I think
Yes.
from ages 0 to 6, it should generally be mostly with the mother. And then in the teen years, I think it should mostly be with the father, though I think it depends on the
I
child.
don't know. I would be grateful to have them, I think they're important in both ways. I mean, they teach us both totally different things, and we need them at every age. I mean,
Yeah, maybe.
disciplining, because fathers can discipline children sometimes better than a mother.
I think it's very different. I think it's very family specific, right? So
Sure.
I would say that generally, but I'm generally of the view that, like, yeah, 0 to 6, they should be with the mother principally.
But the kid, but how about this? Parents people wouldn't probably have children if they knew that they would have to do this. They would consider it, and not have children. I don't mean it that way. They would take it more seriously. They would understand the commitment of, well, if we got a divorce, I'm having to do this every other weekend, coming back here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think there should be like a divorce tax where, like, yeah, your wife gets 50% of everything, but the government's going to then take like 50% of that. So she actually only gets 25%. So she can't use it as like a way to rape her husband.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I think about divorce. I think divorce stuff is really, there are examples of people getting really taken advantage of it. I myself was of the attitude that, like, what I was really doing is buying peace and I could always make more money. So I was of the view that my ex-wife, who I actually really like, I think she's a great person. It's like having another sister. I really like her. I actually want what's best for her and for our daughter. And so my attitude was that you should be playing the long game. But there are, people who are very rough with each other and very cruel with each other. And I think there should be rules about having to go to counseling before ending a marriage. I think that should be.
I totally agree.
I think that that's
I
something that
think
should
that
be
you should
done.
be forced to stay together for 18 years until your kids are out of the house if you've got
That's
children.
disgusting, because that just makes it
Yeah,
horrible.
you just want to fucking mentally traumatize your children and like
No,
have
I
The
them
think
kids can
suicide.
see that their parents are not happy, and that's not
no,
healthy
I think it's
either.
not about a happiness thing. I think it's about an abuse issue, right? So
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I think
healthiness. I mean, you got to be healthy in every
yeah,
yeah,
aspect.
splitting up in front of your kids does so much of like
I
mental
wanted my
abuse and
parents to
like
get a
strain
divorce
on
because they
them.
clearly
And
didn't like each
if you don't
other.
believe me, Dana, you should meet some kids that have divorced parents and like
I'm
talk to
from a
them about
divorced
like how they feel
parents,
about it.
and I
Every
wanted them to
fucking
get
one
a
of them
divorce.
is like traumatized by it.
I don't know.
I'm a victim of a divorce, and I
I think
wanted my
I
parents
Okay,
to
think
so
get
you
a
got
divorce.
Stockholm syndrome supporting divorce
No, I
right
don't have
now.
Stockholm syndrome. I
Yeah,
had
you
two
do.
great
You're
parents that
supporting
should
it.
not have been married
Yeah,
to
you
each
do.
other. They didn't have
You're
anything
stuck
in
in
common. Do
divorce's
you
dick right now,
understand
Dana.
humanality?
Yeah, I
Human
do.
beings are different.
I think
Yeah, I know
I
they
think
are.
You
I think
get
this.
married at 21 years old, you're not going to be the same at 31 years old. You just
No, that's kind of the
aren't.
point.
You
You grow
outgrow
together.
that.
No, you don't have.
You're
No,
that's not reality. Sorry, it's just
Yeah,
not.
I don't
well,
agree with you, Chadigal, on this. I think it's actually, there's a lot of times where people really grow apart, and it can be quite disastrous, where they can,
And it
you know,
doesn't mean they're bad people.
yeah. And I also think that lots of people, look, I don't think there should be one size fits all approaches to marriage. Like, just being honest about it. And the idea of, like, there being a one size fits all approach, I don't think really works for a lot of people. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, so I know a lot of people that basically, like, fuck around on their wives, or their wives fuck around on their husbands. And there's some that would, like, immediately get divorced, right? And there are others that basically like wink and nod about it, right? So if you have such a wild variation about how to deal with infidelity in a marriage in our society, then the idea of there being like a one size fits all approach to all marriages is kind of ridiculous, right? So I've kind of taken the view that you really don't know what's going on with two people in a relationship or marriage unless you're a part of it yourself. And even then, I think you may not necessarily know what the hell's going on. I certainly didn't.
Have you
So
ever read Hemingway's First Wife's book?
I have read that book,
It was
yeah.
the most painful thing ever. She tried to stay with him while he wanted to have sex with so many other women. And then when he wanted her to have sex with other women, it broke her. I mean, come on, Chadical, you've got to look at a lot of different types of people out there. I mean, I hope that you are
Yeah,
in a
some deep
wonderful
state
marriage and you have
actors
wonderful
wanting
life.
to write
But look,
Yeah, I mean, I kind of take the view
they're
that
not
people should just
convinced by
be
literature. What's up?
people.
what
Well,
pretty
it's
pathetic.
not a literature. It's a biography, but yeah, I mean, it's a memoir. I mean, look, I think people should be much more free to engage in finding things that work for them, but they should also keep their commitments to their children first in mind. And I don't
Yes, I
necessarily think
totally
that
agree.
Yeah.
that's
Totally
you know.
agree.
But I think that this is actually like kind of like the whole importance of religion when it really gets down to it is like if you look at if you look at a marriage as like it's just a contract between two humans, it kind of like the idea that it can be broken and like there could perhaps be no fault to it kind of becomes something that's legitimized. If you look at it as a promise between you, the other person, and God, like a promise to stick together, to take on life's hardships, and to grow together, and to create life together, then it becomes something much bigger than
Oh,
something that you
I
can
think all
easily cut in
that's
half.
I think that's all great and everything, but as a practical matter, we live in a world that is very fallen, right?
And it's very
So
godless. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, look, I don't think we're putting the God back into into our marriage. We live in a world because we live in a capitalist society that is very transactional and very market dominated. And I think that this is just the way it is in these types of societies that we live in. If we lived in a 1950s environment, which I don't think was a panacea by any stretch, I think there was all sorts of abuse and terrible things that took place back then. I don't think there was such a good old days. I will tell you too, like I had family members where they got divorced in the pre no fault divorce world, and I've like talked to my great uncles and whatever about that. And their wives would lie about them, right? They would like make up things about them because they wanted out of the marriage. And that was extremely painful for them too, to have court filings where their wife was accusing them of cheating when they weren't cheating, right? So there's a lot of, I think, even in the pre no fault divorce world, I think there was a lot of kind of fraud that went on in marriages to break them up and a lot of lies that were done. So when two human beings don't want to be with each other for whatever reason after they've had children, people have all kinds of things that happen, right? People have miscarriages, it certainly takes stresses and tolls on people. People lose their shit psychologically, which is something that's
They
happened.
lose a child.
They lose a child. That's a very common reason for divorce. Or they have a psychotic break, which I think actually happened in my case, where my ex-wife went a little nuts. Um, and these things happen. You have to be sort of mindful that human beings change. That like there's the ideal, right, and then there's the practical, and there's the reality. And that the solution, I think, is to actually try to be loving in whatever form or function these abstract notions take place. It's very hard, I've got to say. I think we were talking earlier about religious framework, and I think what made me much more religious as I got kind of got older was, or certainly a lot more tolerant of other people, was you really never know what people are struggling with in their personal lives. And I think the lesson of the gospel in my mind is to comfort all these people who are going through difficult times. And I think that is sort of where we should kind of put a lot of the focus on these things, because you don't really know. Like you may think you know about what's going on, but you don't always know, or you're wrong, or you make a wrong assumption. And I think there's lots of ways to be happy in a marriage too. And I think maybe we should be not we should not have again a one size fits all approach. Like I don't necessarily have a problem with like I don't necessarily have a problem with some of these marriages where both couples agree to lie about what's really going on. Like there's lots of examples I know of people who just figure out a way to make it work that isn't necessarily probably the way I would run it, right? So I think that's the sort of useful thing. I also don't necessarily have a problem with people leaving their husbands or leaving their wives for better options. I think that's probably healthy too in a lot of ways. It actually forces you to try to take care of yourself and be a good and be a good partner.
It can almost save you. It can make you be a better person. You're like, oh, this was actually a favor for me. You don't know that till later, obviously. But
yeah, for sure. I mean, I was obviously and am somewhat saddened by the fact that my wife didn't want to be my wife anymore because of health issues.
Awful.
But it was actually in retrospect.
Dude.
No, not at all. Actually, it's actually one of the better things that happened to me insofar as like I was able to take much bigger business risks than I previously would have been able to, because she was always telling me not to invest in certain things, not to do certain things.
Can't listen to what.
Well, you can say you can't listen to them, but when they control a bank account with you, which is
exactly
you can say however you want when a woman throws an iron at you because she's freaked out about, or she has some sort of psychological views about money that you don't really understand because she's an immigrant or whatever, right? Not to make it too personal, but like you don't really know what other people's views are on a lot of subjects, and so it can oftentimes
so true.
be healthier to just like be like, all right, I don't agree with this. I'm now in a situation where I'm financially secure enough. And I've got to say, I think in general, there's a lot of things that exist really well in theory, but then in practice, they're very different. So I also think from a man's perspective, and this is kind of more advice I'd give young men, like don't get married until you're financially successful enough that you can basically have your choice of young women.
100%. 100%. And kiss a lot of frogs, a lot of girls.
I think it's much better as a man to wait, because as you enter the marketplace or whatever, life gets much your options increase, particularly as you become more successful.
Well, yes, but I still think it is smart for guys, since girls are usually more mature physically and emotionally before boys. I think that then they catch up with us, obviously, right? And
I think like if you're a man, I think it makes much more sense to date younger than
and to wait.
Yes, and to wait.
Totally, I tell
and to
my son
basically
that all
work
the time.
on securing your financial future.
There is no hurry to get married. None, because once you do, I hope it is a commitment for the rest of your life. I believe in staying for good or for worse, by the way, Chaticle. And I'm in a wonderful marriage. So we have our fights, but I'm going to tell you, laughter is the key. I tell everybody, marry somebody who makes you laugh.
Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, look,
very important. I laugh all the time, and
I also think that we've set up in our society that marriage is like what everyone should be trying to achieve, and I think that this is a huge error too. Like,
totally agree.
In the older systems, we had all kinds of ways for people to be fulfilled, right? They could like join the priesthood if you want to take the Catholic frame, or they could join the military. There was like lots of ways to be fulfilled as a human being. And I think this obsession we have with marriage and with a romantic marriage, which I don't necessarily think is a good thing. Like, I don't think people should get married necessarily for love, which is a whole other subject for another time, because I think love can fade. And I think most marriages, there's so many different ways to be married, and you really do marry the family, too, which is, I think, something that I think people don't really appreciate,
Yeah, but like your first wife and my husband, they're from foreign countries. So my husband's a citizen now, but I don't have to deal with that so much. So that's kind of great.
Yeah, well, so my
And I like his mother, but I'm just saying she doesn't live here, so it's good. You're always on good
yeah,
terms.
I mean, my ex-wife, my household like was in another language, because my
Same.
ex-wife's mother-in-law, which was my ex-mother-in-law lived with us because she had ill
Oh,
health, and so
gotcha.
that was not ideal. Um, but yeah, basically, what can I say about this? I think in general, there's lots of ways to be happy in life, and there's lots of ways to have a happy marriage and lots of ways to have happy business interactions. But I think in general, we don't really know what's going on with Stephen Crowder's thing, and it sort of doesn't matter in a way. What's sickening about the whole situation is that Candace Owens, who's like, in her own weird marriage, which whatever, fine, but we don't really know. Like when people are leveraging personal information from other people, personal family information from other people in a business situation, to basically harm them or get leverage over them in a business transaction, it's pretty low class, right? So I do think Steven Crowder should just come out as bisexual or gay. I think it would be healthier for him, just being honest about it. Um, and I also think
Well, you
that,
get
like,
hired by Turning Point at that point.
yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, maybe he could like not be a public commentator. Maybe he could go like sell cars or like, you know, go and run a drag show or whatever. He clearly likes drag, so maybe he should become a professional drag person. I don't know, but like this notion that like
Get some therapy.
the notion that you have to be doing like the right-wing commentator, right-wing influencer lifestyle for the rest of your life, I think is kind of ridiculous, just being honest about it. And I actually feel really bad for him because he's really been through a lot in the last few years. And I think we should be sort of like sympathetic to him. But there is this sort of attitude that like, people have many different careers in life. You don't necessarily need to have just one career. You can change your life. You can make other decisions. You don't have to do this. And I often say this to people who like reach some kind of crisis in their professional life. It's like, you don't have to do this anymore. You can go, become a dentist or a school teacher or like volunteer at a church or like, there are lots of ways to basically go pursue other things with your life. And if it's a money situation, well, like maybe you should ask yourself why you're allowing money to control your life. You know, I mean, the very fact that the Daily Wire was willing to give him millions of dollars suggests that maybe someone else might be willing to give him millions of dollars. Maybe he's talented enough to command millions of dollars in other ways, right? So, or maybe he should just quit the right wing influencer game and focus on taking care of his twins, right, over the next few years of his life. There's lots of ways to live a perfectly good middle class life in Dallas, Texas, where he lives. So you don't have to make millions of dollars to do that. Sorry to say. So.
But that's what our culture has taken us to, sadly. Not that that's what I believe, but I'm saying I've just watched it. We used to just be okay. We were okay with a certain level, and now everybody is in debt and living way above their means. And
I don't think everybody's doing that. I actually think there's a lot of quiet people who are quietly making.
Sure, but in certain when you're in a
very
congested area, though, of
I think a lot of people.
world,
I think a lot of people lie about how they're doing financially in their personal lives.
100% they do. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
They're not. It's a whole facade.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a lot more of that, and I've actually found that as I've tried to make money in my life, when you start asking people basic questions about how they make money, it's a great way to figure out like who's totally full of shit and things.
Well, my husband's a financial advisor, and he came from Brazil. We hired from an American Morgan Stanley company, and he's like, these people all live a lie. They live way above their means. They don't have any of the money that they say they have. They're in total debt. He's like, one thing goes, they're done. I hope they don't get sick.
There's a lot of Americans who live paycheck to paycheck. Even I used to call it the high wage slave, the person who basically makes a lot of money and then spends a lot of money. I know a lot of people like that in New York who, they make $1 million a year, they spend $1.1 million, right?
It's crazy because they keep buying more and more and more. It's like, how do you have that? How do you get the credit for that? Because eventually the credit, you've outlived it.
There's all sorts of ways of structuring your affairs so you can get more and more
then it
money.
becomes illegal because 1 + 1 does not equal 2 anymore.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think
Well,
there's
private planes, those are not something you just have.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think the private plane thing is obviously an extreme example of this. But yeah, look. I mean, I think there's. I agree with Jimmy Carter's speech. You know, that whole speech that they told us that was terrible. That speech about restraint and everything. The Malaise speech. I went and watched that recently, where he was talking about how there's a lot of empty materialism in America, and I think that's really true. I think that's why we are such a drug culture.
Yep.
Is that, like, a lot of people are chasing highs or chasing sex or chasing food, or they're chasing their vices rather than trying to figure out a good way to live their lives. So on that happy thought, I hope everyone had a very good good Thursday, and I'm glad that we did this space, and it's frankly kind of cathartic for me to talk about some of the crazy stuff I had happen to me back in the day. So I'm thankful for people for listening to me on that. And I think in general we'll do maybe maybe we'll do one of these over the weekend or maybe next week, because I have sort of a lot of, like, day job work that I have to sort of tend to. And I was glad that Andy could be here all the way from Istanbul, or from Ankara, and I'm glad that everyone could be here, and I hope to catch up soon, and we'll do more of these in the near term. And always happy to hear from people in the DMs or privately as well. That's always happy to hear about that. So with that, have a good night.
You too, Charles. Good night.
Good night.